Hello, everyone, and welcome to the play-ins. It is all about the Paris Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour right now. We're your hosts for today. It's David Squared yet again. David Howell and David Proust here with you to guide you through all the action. Yesterday was the Swiss stage, and my fellow David, what are you looking forward to most today as we reach the knockout stages?
Yeah, I think the level of chess might elevate a little bit today, so I'm looking forward to seeing just some absolutely great games and hoping for one miniature, one just like KO punch, not because somebody hangs their queen or something, but you know, something Morphy-esque, something where someone gets ahead in development and just knocks someone else off the board.
Yeah, we came close yesterday to seeing some of those brilliancies, some miniatures. We saw some really wacky chess, as is always the case in freestyle. But you mentioned elevating that level, and that does bring us on to our field today. 16 beasts, I think we can describe them as.
Yeah, one of the players entering today is Levon Aronian. As mentioned yesterday, he's up against the leader of the tournament all day yesterday and the winner of the Swiss in Amin Tabatabai. And the kind of game I'm looking for is exactly like Aronian versus Keymer from the GOAT Challenge 2024. That's the kind of game I want to see. You know, some rook sacks. So maybe Levon can bring that for us again. But there's a lot of other top players here, including former world champion Ding Liren. So you never know who's going to deliver David's favorite meal. Let's check out the bracket from the top here.
Yeah, we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov entering the field. Of course, he was there in Weissenhaus in the first Grand Slam, now needing to earn his way back to Paris in the next Grand Slam tour. Remember, these 16, only one will go through after tomorrow to that event. Ding enters the fray, as does Vidit. Levon Aronian, you mentioned, Lenia Dominguez, Gukesh Dommaraju as well, another star of that first Grand Slam. And
Sindarov, he had to qualify last time, right? He went through this whole process. Last time he started at the play-ins. The Swiss section of the play-ins, right? Like yesterday's event. He made it through that, and he made it through all the matches here. And he actually lost the final match to Fedoseev, but then still got a spot in Germany when a second spot opened up. So bear that in mind, everybody here in the qualifiers. Do the best you can, even if you're not in the running for first place, because it might get you a wild card at some point. So show your best chess every step of the way.
Exactly. And this round of 16 also features the entrance of the likes of Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Richard Rapport. Just fiery players all around. I can't wait to get started. And let's remind ourselves of what they'll be playing for, David. It's a chance to join 12, to be one of the 12 at Paris.
Yeah, 11 players already selected for Paris, a mix of, organizers' selections, rating qualifiers, how well you did in the Weissenhaus tournament. The top 3 at each Grand Slam are assured of a spot in the next Grand Slam. But look at this. We've got, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the world. Just everybody here. Carlsen, Nakamura, Caruana, Gukesh, Prague, Aragaisi, Firouzja, Nepo, and Hans Niemann, not in the top 5, but getting close, right? Moving up the ranks. Claimed he'd be world champion already a couple years ago. Very, very ambitious player.
Yeah, Hans Niemann, he will be entering the fray, having won the Grenke Open in Germany last year. The Grenke Open now becoming part of the Freestyle Tour. And earning his place at the table. Long-awaited clash with some of the world's top.
And overall, David, I'm a huge fan of the idea of having qualification spots to top-tier tournaments. I found that the fields at traditional round robins in classical chess had gotten a bit stale over time. And so allowing somebody like Sindarov, like a teenager, to sort of leapfrog the whole process of slowly getting your rating to 2750 and then getting an invite for a tournament 9 months in the future. We don't need to wait 2 years to see Sindarov in a top level event, right? We got him right there in Weissenhaus. And same thing for Hans, he's getting a spot in this Paris tournament perhaps 6 to 12 months sooner than he would have if it had been a slow rating progression for him because of that spot from the Grenke tournament last year, which would have originally been for like a Grenke Classic, and instead it's being switch to the spot in Paris. Totally logical. And I'm a big fan of it. I think it spices up the events. And I don't know, you were front row in Weissenhaus. Did you like having Fedoseev and Sindarov there? Was that spicy?
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, Fedoseev, although he didn't have the best time, he was crushing me every evening when we played Chess 960 Blitz. And of course, Sindarov had a long run in the tournament. And just like you say, I mean, I've always wanted chess to be a meritocracy. And as someone who kind of failed to or struggled to get those invites, kind of lurking in that kind of limbo just outside of the world's top for a long time, it's really nice to see these players get the opportunity. And yeah, I can't wait to see who joins those 11 players already waiting next month in Paris.
Yeah, very good. So, folks, the games are getting started in a couple minutes, but before they do, we're going to go over the format with you, so you know what's happening as the pieces fly, and what the players need to do to advance or get knocked out. So yeah, we're looking at 2-game matches here.
Yeah, let's check out the format. 2-game matches, best of 2 throughout these knockout stages today. And the time control a bit longer than those of you who were with us yesterday. Yesterday it was 10-minute chess. Today it's 15 minutes, so they'll get longer to think about the positions. Hopefully that means not too many blunders in the early stages, but hard to completely avoid those. They do gain 3-second increment after every move, and the winners will get through to the quarterfinals. It's a 2-game match, but if it's 1-1, we will see Armageddon chess, David.
That's right. So the matches could obviously go 1-1. That happens about half the time. And if so, they're going to first move to a 2-game blitz match, which would be 5+2, I think. 5+2 for a 2-game blitz match. And only if that blitz match is also tied 1-1, then 4 games into a match, they'll be sent to an Armageddon, where the players will bid for how much time they want with black. Here we see the players starting to get ready. They know that the positions are going to be revealed any moment now. Like in the Grand Slam today, a little wrinkle, they're going to have the position reveals a couple minutes before the games start, right, David? A little taste of the Grand Slam, the majors for the qualifiers here.
Yeah, did you enjoy that feature? Just seeing the players kind of just shown that starting position, tried to break things down, tried to analyze their way through the opening.
Yeah, I did like it. I thought it's pretty cool, and I also think it gets around a small problem you sometimes have with freestyle chess, where on the first move you might have to think for a long time. Mm-hmm. Although I still saw Keymer sitting there and thinking on his first move for almost 10 minutes in that epic game he won against Caruana, one of the most important games of the whole tournament. But by and large, the players came to the board and they kind of figured out what they wanted to do on the first move, probably. And so they could get into the games a little bit. I wouldn't like to see people sitting for 20 minutes before making a first move. I think it's great to sort of skip over that a little bit. And of course, the video of the players sitting together chatting, that's very dynamic and cool to just see how does somebody like Magnus interact with somebody like Hikaru when they're not competing, so to speak.
Yeah, and it was interesting in Weissenhaus to see the world champion Gukesh sit alone, no distractions, just trying to figure things out for himself. And of course, we have his predecessor with us today. We have Ding. The first time I've seen him play, at least, since that's nail biter, I'm going to say, in Singapore back in December. What are you expecting?
Yeah.
Is it going to release him, the fact that he's going to be playing 960 today rather than classical chess?
I think I saw him playing in the Chessable Masters, some rapid chess. He was signed by an esports team, so he's working on the qualification for that esports World Cup, which I was surprised to find only has like maybe 15 spots total individuals. So, they're players signed to teams who may or may not get there. And once you get there, you're probably the only person on your team, so to speak, for at least the chess event. So, so I saw him playing a little bit of rapid chess at the Chessable Masters. He sounds motivated and seems a little bit freer with the crown off of his head. I don't know what it's like to wear a crown, so I can't speak to the pressure or the responsibility. But I think he's got a huge number of fans out there. As we're getting ready for the show, David, I saw tons of people in YouTube channel just cheering for him, saying they were his favorite player. There were Indian fans in there saying, I was cheering for him against Gukesh, even though I'm Indian. I think everybody just wants to see him happy, whether he wins or loses. I think people just want him to be able to play and enjoy himself.
Yeah, I've never worn a crown either, but I've heard they're very heavy, and nice to see Ding back in action. Nice to see him playing, and hopefully free of any burdens, any pressure from the outside world. We did also see him kind of doing a room check. We should mention to everyone, Ding walking around the phone with his room wasn't because he was texting or calling anyone. He was doing some fair play checks, showing the arbiters his surroundings. And,
looking for every bit of dust in a corner, huh?
Exactly. Those intrusive arbiters.
Yeah. Here we've got Linier Dominguez. Looks like he might be up against Sindarov first off. A battle of generations. I would guess that nobody really wants to face Sindarov in the first round today, despite the stature of Dominguez. Given what Sindarov did in the last event, I think he's a pretty scary opponent right now.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, at the Grand Slam in Weissenhaus last month, Sindarov, he picked Hikaru Nakamura and he beat Hikaru Nakamura. It went down to tie breaks, so it wasn't one-way traffic, but a real beast. And he gave the likes of Fabiano and Magnus Carlsen some trouble as well. Here we see Wei Yi and Mamedyarov, two elite players.
Mamedyarov, one of the other players I'm pretty hyped for, David, as far as, people who might give me my creative satisfaction. Such a wild and creative player in normal chess. He's invented so many positions where you play G4 on move 4 in the English, or all kinds of outstanding ideas. And then you get this feeling like freestyle chess might open up a lot of room for him to do what he wants to do.
Yeah, we might see G4 as early as move 1. Often makes sense actually in freestyle chess if you have a queen in the corner. We'll see how Mamedyarov entertains us today. Here we have Liam Le and Yu Yang Yi. Again, two very strong players.
Oh, yeah.
We've
got 3 Chinese players, I think, in the bracket, right? Between the former world champion and then Yu Yang Yi here, and Wei Yi, who has had a real surge over the last 13 months, starting with, or is it now 14 months, but starting with Tata Steel in 2024. He sort of boosted himself up into the world top 10 suddenly. So Chinese chess looking strong. Liam Le, however, he's the guy who beat the Chinese Olympiad team in, was it Budapest? I think it was Budapest last year. He won on first board and led Vietnam to a 2.5, 1.5 win against their larger neighbor. So we'll see how that plays out. He's a very strong player.
Yeah. And the head of the chess program at Webster University, I believe. Liam Le. Two Vietnamese players we should mention as well. You mentioned the Vietnam team doing very well, just historically, but especially in the last Olympiad. He's joined by Nguyen Ngoc Tron Son. I probably pronounced that wrong, but who qualified yesterday from the Swiss stage.
Yeah, he had a great run yesterday. Great to see them both in there together. And it was great to watch Vietnam's run in general at the Olympiad. So it's very exciting to see that team becoming stronger and stronger. Here we've got Ding's opponent has arrived. Vidit, yes.
Yeah, Vidit. I mean, there's a few Indian players waiting already there in Paris. I'm sure he wouldn't mind joining some of his compatriots there. A very strong player. I think all the players we should mention
this time.
Yeah, big group. We should mention the players. They're waiting for the position reveal, as are we. Hopefully we'll get some time to break it down once the first position of the first game is revealed.
Yeah, there's still a few players here who I've never personally seen them play Fischer Random Chess. So it'll be a little bit of a reveal also to us how good or bad they are at it. And there's always that possibility that somebody will be particularly better or worse in the format, So, we could see something miraculous, or we could see some disasters. It's entirely possible.
Yeah, hard to know what to expect in Fischer Random Chess, Freestyle Chess, Chess 960.
Yeah.
And yeah, it can be a mixed bag. Who do you think the next Vincent Keymer is going to be, though? Who do you think is going to be
Right.
the underdog who's going to rise to the top?
Right. If I had to guess somebody here who'd be very good at it, I mean, one of my first guesses would be Mamad Yarov. Could be somebody who could be particularly good at this. But honestly, some of the top players have played Fischer Random before, and it's hard to predict someone who could be as good as them. Like Fedoseev, when he came through the qualifiers last time, he looked so good, David. And and he told us in interviews that he practices it a lot. He prefers it to normal chess. He's like really like in on it, and he's got specific ideas. Like we saw an idea from him where he was continually grabbing space on the wings by pushing any pawn that was in front of his rooks. So instead of opening the center, castling, and then putting the rooks in the center, he was saying wherever the rooks are, there is a potential to just grab space right away, develop the rooks that way, get them involved in the game early on, and gain pressure. And he was playing the openings quickly and getting nice positions. And you're like, wow, this guy, what a level he's on. But then he gets to Weissenhaus and he goes up against Aronian, and it's like, well, look at the level of Aronian, right? Like you could be really specialized in Chess 960, Fischer Random Freestyle, but some of these top players are super good at it already as well. They've played a few FIDE World Championships in Chess 960, usually weird mixed time controls, like 45 minutes plus 18 seconds. I say 18 as a joke, but stuff that's not classical, not rapid, like a little bit weird, but they've got some experience playing it at a high level for a big prize fund. A few of the top, 8 players. So
yeah, and
it's tough to be the next Keymer, I would say.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out who has that sense of where to put their pieces, how to develop in the opening. What would you say are the main kind of things that we've learned or that you've learned about kind of the opening stages, having watched now a bit of freestyle chess, having played a bit yourself, being a big kind of advocate for this variant? Are there certain patterns you can follow, or do you just have to kind of calculate each starting position, kind of take them at face value on their own?
There's definitely a lot of concrete stuff, right? And I think that's something that I've been learning about chess just overall over time, is just how concrete it is. Like even positions that you would put in a textbook 100 years ago and say, this is a textbook good bishop, or this is a textbook good knight, or this is a textbook pawn weakness. If you put those positions into computers now, the computer engines will tell you like, yes, it's good, but only if you play this one sequence. You know what I mean? And if you don't play that one sequence, then your opponent neutralizes whatever the advantage is. And so I think the Chess 960 positions really require a lot of concrete calculation from the first or second move often.
Yeah, so those who are strong in calculation tend to do pretty well in the early stages. But we are currently awaiting the position reveal for game 1. We've had a bit of a delay here. We're just waiting for everyone to get ready, everything to get sorted. So we're going to go to a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with the start of today's knockout stages. Hello everyone and welcome back to the play-ins for the Paris Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. It is David Squared, I'm David Howell, and my partner in crime today is David Bruce. Thank you for those of you who were with us earlier and stuck it through the break. It looks like we're ready to go. Position reveal, David. Finally happened.
All right, finally happened. It was awaited. It's funny how, at the last moment, having to have a 1 or 2 minute delay can feel like an eternity. But yes, we've made it through. Here's the position. We're starting off with the king on its starting square, or his starting square, in the middle of the board. One undefended pawn on h2 or h7. An important thing to always spot early on. We've got the queen attacking like this against h2 and h7, but it'll be pretty easy to deflect those attacks with g3 and g6. So I don't see any immediate disasters on those squares. Do you see any other tactical vulnerability in the starting position here?
I mean, I think you've pointed out the main factors. The players, they immediately look for those undefended pawns, right? And how to create threats early on. I mean, I'm also thinking, okay, g3, g6 is nearly guaranteed to happen, partly to develop the bishops, partly to block those attacks. So I don't think they're the most important necessarily, unless white is able to get knight g5 very quickly. Again, I don't see that being too important. But in terms of pushing pawns, for me, that's always the hardest one. Which pawn to push? Here, you can make an argument for the b pawn, the c pawn, maybe the d pawn even. They all get bishop, queen out. Normally, you want to put the pawns forward before developing your knights. It's tough to know where to start, to be honest. As a player's a sport for choice.
One of the things that I notice is this bishop's going to be on a fianchetto. This bishop's on its starting square. This knight is likely to come to f3. This one could go to c3 or e3. So I think it's very easy to get a bunch of sort of symmetrical fianchetto Grunfeld or symmetrical Catalan kind of positions. You know what I mean? Like c6, d5 from black, g3, g6, knight f3. We could get a lot of games this round that look a lot like standard chess. There's a very decent potential for that.
100% agree, especially after white's first move in this game. The player names we'll ignore for a moment. Everyone, this is Jan-Christoph Duda against Richard Rapport. And d6, so going for more King's Indian-esque rather than kind of symmetrical Grunfeld. That's very much up Richard Rapport's. That's his style, essentially.
Yeah.
And he castles very quickly, Duda.
Yeah. I would predict more than half of the players would choose d5 and c6 in this setup. It seems very safe and solid, and why not get a safer position as black at the start of a 2-game match? But Duda playing, to my mind, like provocatively from the very first move here with this d6 choice.
Maybe just to point out again, these miniatures, these traps, if black had put a pawn on d5, following up with c6, especially if white's got a pawn on g3, could have been very dangerous due to a quick bishop f4 and the black queen. Struggling for squares. So
let me see that, since white is going here and here. C3. If we play c6 at the wrong moment, then your idea would be quite uncomfortable. Yeah, but of course black wouldn't necessarily need to walk into this, but maybe just one explanation for why he didn't go for the symmetry there instead. And white achieved e4 quickly, so it's more of a Pierce instead of a King's Indian, and Duda's really provoking him with knight f6. Richard advances, says, okay, sure, I'll start kicking you around.
Wow. This is, I mean, someone's out for blood. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it's very interesting that he's economized on this g3 tempo, saying I can always let the bishop out later, but I'm prioritizing just sort of kicking you around in the center, right? Just grabbing everything I can here.
I've got to admit, I quite like it from a practical standpoint. I know the evaluation bar doesn't really approve of what white's done, probably because the white queen is still not quite ready for any action, but it's asking immediate questions. It's going to force black to burn a lot of time on the clock here. Knight, I mean, where do you even go with the knight, first of all? That's the big question.
Right. I mean, these early e5 moves, this looks pretty familiar as a chess player. They revolve around whether or not the e5 pawn is weak, right? Can black put sufficient pressure on it to win it or to sort of force some kind of a favorable trade? If white's able to support the pawn and then even overprotect it, let's say, then the bishop on g7 starts to suffer and the whole black position starts to gradually suffer more and more. I don't know if you believe in the principle of overprotection.
Mostly.
But I personally do. So
Yeah. I mean, most of the time, some dynamic factors, of course, and yeah, it's all about timing in the end. Knight d7. I'm going to say I'm surprised by that one. It feels like it causes a bit of a traffic jam. I thought,
you thought he'd
maybe
go
knight
for
to
g4 so as not to block these guys up here, huh?
For example, now if white plays the move rook to e1, very natural move, just developing the pawn or defending the pawn even, then now the move I wanted to play, knight to c6, to continue pressuring that pawn in the center, would walk into e6 suddenly, which wouldn't be the case with a knight on g4.
With the knight on g4, your bishop would still be controlling that, and that's kind of one of the main things white can do. Is if black's so busy pressuring e5, they can lose control of e6, and you can break up their structure in a way that can hurt a little bit. After pawn takes, maybe even knight g5 sometimes can be the best move. And black could be in some trouble with their king position since white's looking at both e6 and h7 here. So white, however, has played knight c3 after a minute's thought, not defending the pawn on e5. That's a huge shocker, David. What? His point is to play bishop h6, I suppose?
Yeah, I guess. Maybe we put that on the board and show it, because this is a clean pawn sacrifice, which might...
It's tremendously creative of Richard, I guess, which is what one expects of him partly. Here I am on overprotection. He's not even doing normal protection.
And talking of miniatures, if black plays c6, don't take that rook. Just to point out. But
that black has some resources too.
Black has some resources too. Early checkmate. But okay, maybe this is definitely one to watch. But let's zoom out in the meantime and check out all 8 boards. We have 16 big names, 16 grandmasters with us today, and it looks like they've all chosen very different openings here, David. Some symmetrical Englishes, some players playing c4, c5, but other than that, a couple of wild ones already.
Yeah, I was definitely curious to see what the variety of openings would be here, and it's quite a variety. We've got at least one b4 opening, right? Orangutan or Sokolsky, depending on your chess culture or nation of origin. Some Englishes. We've got a crazy pawn on b5 from Wei Yi, which I don't understand. It looks like an ultra creative pawn sacrifice from the Chinese player there on the green board in the upper right. You see that one?
Yeah. I mean, that's quite juicy, right? That's quite tasty, that pawn.
Maybe if the board were bigger, I could understand it, but I'm just like, wow, where does that come from? Nice, surprising move.
Maybe we jump to that board. We love a sacrifice here, and I think we're seeing the justification, building a big pawn center at the cost of a pawn. Mamedov against Wei Yi, that green board in the corner that you mentioned, David.
Let me see if I can find them. There we go. Wow. Creativity from both sides here, right? Because Mamedov has this h4, h5 thing going, which is not totally standard without a rook on h1. With the rook on h1, people have started doing that in all kinds of positions. But here, with a bishop on h1, it's not clear that how apropos it was. But Wei Yi's reaction is just so violent. Folks, I'm going to back up 2 moves or 3 moves just so you can see like how we got here, right? So first 3 moves, you've got kind of a standard English opening going on with c4 and e5, and that makes sense from black because there are lines of the English where black plays g6, bishop g7, and here it's even easier to control e5 and d4 with the bishop starting on h8. So it makes sense, and here Mamedov starts going with the h-pawn. Computer doesn't love it. He spends 2 tempi like this, and that was enough. That was the red flag. for Wei Yi to uncork this move.
Wow. I mean, it's brilliant. Like you said, it's very violent, but I quite like it. It's like a wing gambit. Talking of English openings,
Right.
basically a reverse Sicilian. It's a wing gambit, and the opponent hasn't castled. Wei Yi has castled. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Now, white can castle at a moment's notice. It's actually, you don't have to move the bishop out of h1 here to castle. The king can just hop out of the way anytime. If c takes b5, it's just a big center. What more can we say? But after knight takes b5, same deal. He plays d5, and you can't capture the pawn because of the knight on b5. So it seems like either way, oops, didn't mean to do that. Either way, Yi gets this big center here with e5 and d5. And Mamedov's choice was d3, supporting the knight. Wei Yi trades, opening up the game, and he's looking at maybe your famous bishop f5 idea somehow.
Yeah, maybe bishop f5
play.
It doesn't quite trap the white queen because e4 is available.
Right.
But yeah, maybe
Mamedov's worried. He's stopping and calculating.
Yeah. Don't think there was too much choice for Mamedov there. Yeah, forcing e4 does weaken a lot of dark squares around the white center. Settles for a more modest approach. Bishop e6 feels a bit slower. Maybe there's something even more violent to back up the the earlier violence.
I mean, he's developing and looking to grab a pawn and undermine the knight on b5. If not for the red X on it, it would look pretty normal to me.
Yeah.
But the other move I was looking at was e4 for black here. And I don't know why. I've got no justification for it. It's just like one of those instinct things, right? Like a move suggests itself. And then I was going to hang my knight on e7 with bishop f5. I don't know what I'm doing, David.
I mean,
no sense.
None of us do. That's the beauty of freestyle chess, right? Here. Literally freestyling and hoping for the best. But, I mean, my eyes were drawn to e4 first as well, I must say. Like maybe it's Wei Yi's lack of regard for pawns that was contagious. But
yeah, he can play super violently recently. So Mamedov retreats the exposed knight, gives back the pawn on c4. Seems reasonable. Seems reasonable, and I might slightly favor black here just because white's queenside still feels a little bottled up, but maybe that can change quickly.
Yeah, long term though, we should mention black is in a bit of trouble just because of split queenside pawns. Black's pieces need to come out quickly, essentially, in order to justify his positional weaknesses. He needs to play dynamically. But okay, I like this move from Mamedov, getting a clear tempo on the black bishop, which now has to move.
Right.
And he
I was just thinking bishop h6 might also be a plausible move. Black won't want to trade the dark squared bishop here. So they'll play, rook e8, and then their king is kind of boxed in. Then they have to be very careful about the king position, basically.
Yeah. I was worried initially bishop h6, queen takes b2. But white still can castle there, and it gets really messy.
Yeah.
Some crazy
Maybe also
variations.
g3 is why he put the bishop on a6. He's preparing bishop b7 so he doesn't get stuck with something awkward with this rook. Like maybe if he'd...
Oh, sorry, go on, David.
Well, I was going to say maybe if he'd brought the bishop back somewhere normal like e6, then maybe after g4 he's in danger to any knight move.
I just realized there's a pawn hanging on e5 as well. Is it too greedy? Is it unthinkable to capture that pawn?
I had seen it from the get-go, but it's kind of assumed like, we can't just plop our queen in the middle and start eating. But, I mean, he could always castle in one move. Maybe it could be eaten. He's thinking about it.
Yeah. I don't know. There's all sorts of tactics. The knight's jumping into d7 in some variations. I mean, greed. I'm very greedy, I must say. To anyone who hasn't seen me commentate before, all I do is suggest pawn grabs and try to survive.
So that one looks survive. That one looks tasty for you, then.
All pawns look equally tasty to me. I mean,
okay. Not even a hierarchy of like central pawns, knight pawn. No.
I'll grab a weak doubled pawn, even if it's not going anywhere. I'll just happily spend 3 tempi.
I turn up my nose at those. So yeah, you've got it for greed. Well, Mamedov's thinking very carefully about eating this pawn, so we're going to have a look at all the other boards here, right, and see what other positions there are to whet our appetite. So far, everything is looking interesting. What do you see now, David?
Yeah, I see a lot of very blocked positions, actually, especially on that bottom row. The black and white board, Sindarov against Dominguez. We talked about them earlier, looking very blocked, looking like a very typical symmetrical English. Likewise, Vidit against Ding. Two very strong players, but looking very balanced so far.
It might be the purple that caught my eye, David.
Yeah.
Like, do you see that? Like, it looks like Rapport was able to capture the rook on h8. Duda took the pawn on h2, hemming in the white king. It looked absolutely insane that first game we started on.
I think we have to head back there.
Do we now?
Yeah, I think we have to head back and pay off what has just happened. The other boards looking very balanced. We'll follow any drama, any mistakes if and when they come. But this is crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, the board we're about to get to between Richard Rapport and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And there we go.
The black king is out. The white king is trapped.
Oof. Question mark. I mean, there's tension between the queens. I'm just counting because I'm materialistic. It's exchange up for white, rook for bishop and pawn. So a minimal material advantage, but...
Minimal, yeah.
Yeah. Bishop on h2
especially with the bishop pair on the board, it's not a dramatic material factor. I noticed that because of like the pins and stuff, if you go back and move, like white couldn't play g3, letting the bishop out and trapping the opponent's bishop because bishop takes g3 and nothing could take it. So instead, white tried to dig out with the queen. And I don't know if it's right for black to allow a queen trade here. But they played knight e6, I guess counting on winning something on e2, but now the bishop on h2 is going to be trapped. White gives these pieces.
Wow.
Rook e1 so the king could go do a different job instead of going to e2.
Rook e1 is classy stuff. And Duda was shaking his head. I think he might have missed this one. He's still got over 8.5 minutes. But he's about to lose a piece.
Yeah, maybe a little too amped up for the first game, playing too energetically. I mean, if you're down a piece in a rapid game against a 2700, you are dead. It's that simple as that.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Not looking good for Duda.
All right. Well, I'd say man down, and we'll move on. It was a wild flurry, but Duda, I think this is what I always end up saying when I'm commenting, less prestigious events, but he didn't take enough time, David. He just didn't.
That's the thing. I mean, as commentators, it's easy to say a player's spending too much time, but the inverse is also very relevant. And no point having 8 minutes on the clock if you're a bishop down. Some chances with his pawns, but it feels like Rapport just needs to show a little bit of accuracy, and big favorite to win there. I think we chose well, actually, at the beginning, David. The purple board we just came from looking like it's the most advanced, but also the green board, some real action. We've been there, of course. Mamedov trying to checkmate Wei.
He's got the knight that's moved to g5 instead of picking the pawn on e5 that we were thinking about last time. And looks like he's making some moves against black's king almost.
Oof, knight d5. There's some tricks in the air on that board.
I think he might be able to move his g-pawn here instead of his knight. Do you want me to go to that for a second?
Yeah, I think, again, we'll get to the other matchups soon. Other games looking much more balanced.
He's chosen another scintillating move here. He played knight d5, so he's definitely aiming at some kind of a mating combination there. Trying to get his queen to d5, knight to e6. So now that black had to play knight c6, the e6 square is open, so the knight on g5 will not be forced back. I hate retreating once the opponent's king is in my sights.
Yeah. Oh, such a
I guess this was necessary. because the knight on e7 is covering g6. So, I mean, I said white's queen was trying to get to the c4, g8 diagonal, but after knight d5, if black had taken, white doesn't even take that knight. White just comes in over here. It's even more to the point.
Checkmate. Yeah.
C6, and now he comes in with knight e6.
Oof.
Maybe he'll grab on c7.
Yeah, this is terrifying. Rook c8, I guess, would defend both threats, but ugly move to have to play. White will just play g3, as you mentioned, or maybe it's time to castle, who knows, or maybe even g4 and open up the bishop.
Yeah, I think he might not castle because there's some potential for the rook on the G or H files, right? So to me, white's priority should be developing some pieces. The queen and the knights are the easy ones to have hop out. The bishops and rooks, you got to bring them too. This king is ripe for the picking, but he's going to need a couple pieces.
Yeah, there's something I have noticed, that castling too early can backfire quite quickly. You just kind of, you put a target on your back, and the opponent is very flexible to castle here. White's king, it might even go long. It might even go to the queen side if it's safe a bit later on. And this looks, I mean, Eval Bar says decent advantage for white, and quite a clear one, but to me it looks almost terminal if where you can't find the accurate moves here.
Right, and we're assuming he has to defend that poor c7 pawn. Otherwise, the rook in the corner is going as well. It would be a lot to give.
Yeah, and no counterattacks here. F5, is that a move? Struggling for ideas, to be honest.
Yeah, F5. Sending the queen somewhere else. I would imagine that queen a4, maybe that lets you take on d5, huh? So that would be the idea with f5, is to somehow be able to take on d5 and just get a mess, because black does have more pieces developed, right? There are surely counter tactics possible for black in this position.
True. That's true. And okay, he does have double Mamedov's time as well, but yeah, he needs something direct, it feels like. Otherwise, he might just get knocked out in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, I think on f5, probably knight takes e7 check, followed by queen a4 wins in exchange for white.
Yeah, that does look strong. Okay, he plays
Rook c8 has been played.
The most obvious move, I would say. Not necessarily a good one. Never a good sign if he's playing my suggestions.
No, I mean, it's not a bad sign either.
Okay, g3 or g4 looks like the way to go for white.
Yeah.
Get that bishop on h1, staring down the long diagonal. Plenty of targets there.
Yeah, so what are the options? I don't see anything concrete with the knight trade on e7. It could be played if we're worried about our knight being vulnerable, but g3 and g4 look like the two main moves, and there's one of them.
Yeah, very logical. Now f5 as well, far less attractive.
Yeah. And the reason he says that, folks, is because if black, really tries to chase the queen out, black gives an entire file to the white pieces. This is the kind of thing that we don't even calculate. We just assume that it's suicidal.
And just to point out as well, that's why white didn't castle on the last move, just in case the rook gets in. But okay, queen to b5, very clever tactic. We should point out knight takes c7, not a great move here, because black would take it and give a check on a5. Picking up the knight next move.
Snazzy. Snazzy. So the black pieces, piece by piece, the black pieces are a little more coordinated than white's. White has a couple very aggressively posted pieces, but a couple poorly posted pieces, and overall black's like a little faster to develop. So white's advantage is pretty specific and dynamic here, I would say. We got to keep our eye on e2 as well now.
Yeah.
Maybe white needs to trade off and then kick this queen away from the mating threats. with
looks
a4.
It's very
and
sensible.
I want to bring my bishop to d2.
Yeah, I was even wondering about bishop d2 here, but probably no reason to gambit the b2 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just playing on tactics like knight takes d5 won't work because a queen takes g6 is still a checkmate.
Because you still have this one, yeah.
And
Clever. And if I take on d5 with my queen, looking to just trade everything I can,
yeah, white's
then
bishop
I'm going
becomes
to have
very
trouble
strong.
against this bishop, huh? Just with simple trades.
Okay,
That's a pretty well-placed bishop.
Yeah, he plays your move though, or at least your idea, with a4 first, which also makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Yeah, looks very strong. Ralph has to really be focused here because he's got 1 minute and 49 seconds in a massive, complicated position.
Yeah, this looks very good for Ralph Mamedov. So the Chinese player here, Wei Yi, struggling. Let's zoom out, David, and maybe go to the bird's eye view because, as you mentioned, there are 2 other Chinese players in action. Yu Yang Yi on the bottom right of our screens, that brown board, looking maybe slightly worse, but still very playable. Should we check out Ding, see how our former world champion is doing? We should mention the purple board, Richard Rapport, about to wrap that one up, as we predicted. White's bishop just too strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the world champion, Ding Liren, playing against Vidit. Crazy piece of trivia, David, courtesy of chat. I've confirmed it. I fact-checked it. These two share a birthday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's not today, right? Just checking.
No. No, it's in October. But they were born exactly 2 years apart to the day. And all right, let's look at their position.
Okay, so this looks very much like normal chess, I've got to say. King's castled, white with bishop on g2, that pawn on c4. It looks like an English opening. I would say an English opening gone right because the black a pawn is probably more of a weakness than a strength, David.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. Funny thing, if that pawn were advanced, to a4, a3 with a rook behind it, we might say it looks pretty good. But here, there's a bishop covering the only square behind the pawn. So it's hard to see how that pawn gets powered up, right? And it looks like a weakness or a clear problem for black. That said, a position with a lot of fight, right? Black has the knights in position to play with some counterplay against white's king. If white commits too many resources to the queen side, the h-pawn ready to poke with h4 is like a critical way of softening someone up when you just need to generate counterplay on demand. That's a typical way to do it. So I think there's a lot of fight left in his position.
Yeah, still far from over. Even if he drops the a7 pawn, it's going to cost white a lot of time to go hunting. First move that comes to my mind is something slow like rook to a2. But again, that's just because I prefer not to think.
Same. That was what was on my mind. Doubling the rooks on the a file. It also stops rook b2, so you don't want to calculate rook b2, do you, David?
No, not really.
You're like, I don't know if it does anything, but I'd rather put my rook on a2 than think about it at length.
Slight improvement. But Vidit, he's more of a concrete player. He's very good positionally these days, very good strategic player, but he's already kind of got that long-term advantage, so maybe he'll look for a more direct way of trying to push it.
Right, so you could look at moves like knight b5, interrupting the coordination of the queen and the rook. This move here, maybe aiming at queen a7 and knight b5 at the same time, right?
Yeah, knight b5, very big threat actually, just trapping that black rook behind enemy lines.
Is knight d4 possible here? I think this is like a very big question. Is knight d4, knight b5? Leaving e2 hanging creates a very weird tactical situation.
Yeah. Looks good
Black
for
has
white.
Just played queen b4 though.
Yeah, keeping coordination. Now rook b2 might become a threat. I'm assuming the white knight moves here.
Right. So let's assume knight b5, although white might not care about the a-pawn anymore, might already consider it dead without the knight. But let's just have a look at this rook b2 move and see what it does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go on. Rook b2.
Well, my first thought would be rook cb1.
Ooh.
Often I have the same first thought as you. No, rook a2. I'm not able to do it.
Rook a b1 maybe.
Yeah, maybe rook a b1 in that position. But then we're not really getting the a pawn in the game.
Yeah.
He's added support to his knight from behind.
Wow.
With queen a5.
Classy move.
And yeah.
That's very classy.
Vidit is a player who finds a fair number of moves that I don't see coming, David. And they're generally sort of like maneuvers or coordinating kind of moves. You know, they're not necessarily like a tactical blow. They're a repositioning that creates some harmony.
Yeah. Okay, don't blunder rook takes c3.
Yeah, here's this theme with knight d4, kind of like what I was saying before. When white goes after this a-pawn, black uses rook takes c3 to bother white a little bit. King f1, bishop f1.
Mm-hmm. King f1, I'm just scared there's some back rank checkmates. After rook b8.
King f1. Ooh, he played bishop f1. Nice. Mm-hmm. Not what you want to do, but I think the issue with king f1, we feel a little bit weird the moment we mention it. Maybe black does something like rook b8 with the idea of rook a7, rook c3.
Yeah.
And it stays in the game. So he puts the bishop on. Yeah, not happy about that either. And now black's got a new square for the knight.
Yeah, mistake apparently. It's not a stable square. Rook a6. Does feel like Ding's trying to keep it together with tactics, but the tactics are starting to fizzle out with the departure of queens.
Mm-hmm. But, you know, bishop g2, he still has knight d4, so Vidit needs something b5, precise maybe? Here, perhaps. Bishop h3 first doesn't do anything, does it? Rook c7, knight b5?
Good call.
Oh, it is bishop h3.
Good call. Softening up d6 as well. If black blocks that diagonal, then knight b5.
Yeah.
It's way more tempting. Well, knight d5. Whoa.
Is knight d5 possible? Oh my goodness. That's a heck of a move. If he finds that, I think that crushes.
But maybe black just ignores it, king g7, and maybe it doesn't achieve that much.
How can such an explosive move achieve nothing?
Chess is unfair, right?
Goes to b5, looking at these pawns. I was thinking that, you know, d5 might be a little bit messy in this case here.
Yeah, I agree. d5 might be the solution. This game, going along nicely, but maybe we just zoom out because we've had two results, David, just to update everyone at home. We've seen wins for Rapport, as expected. He won that bishop against Duda and closed it out nicely. Yu Yang defeated Liam Le, also with an extra piece. Okay,
some revenge for the Chinese squad there. And you want to check out maybe Pranesh versus Abdusattorov, this red board that we haven't seen yet today?
Yeah, let's do it. In the meantime, Dominguez, decisive advantage against Sindarov, and Mamedov still pressing that advantage against Wei Yi that we saw a bit earlier. So yeah, let's jump to the red board. Let's check out how Nodirbek is doing.
So we've got a story of two passed pawns, right? D6 versus A3 right here. And slightly unsafe kings. So a complicated mix. Nodirbek says a queen trade would favor his A-pawn, or it was a tactical necessity to deal with D7.
Oh, that's a great move. The black A-pawn, I think, just far more dangerous than white's passed pawn. Pranesh down to 10 seconds as well. Oh, this is tough. Hard to find a move. So
this shows the difference in activity between the bishops, really, this transition here. Because when we trade queens, the black bishop can both defend A2 and control one of the squares in front of the D-pawn.
We're going to see checkmate.
And here he's coming in with a mate. That's not going to work out.
Nodirbek.
I calculated that long ago.
Yeah, he takes the win. And wow, only decisive games so far. We have 3 games remaining. Dominguez also taking the win there. Okay, which one to jump into? We're in clear time trouble phase now. The players all down to their last 30 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Which board?
Maybe Tabatabai against Aronian.
Mm-hmm.
That one looks pretty lively.
Yeah, let's jump to that game. Tabatabai yesterday came on top in the Swiss stages. Can he continue that hot streak? He's got an advantage against Levon. Extra exchange, rook for knight.
Yeah, bear in mind, folks, this is now sort of bullet tempo in this endgame here, right? Rook versus knight. The key thing Amin is doing is getting a passed pawn, because there's clear counterplay for black on the king side. The knight well placed, the rook well placed, 2 pawns that can come down, and Levon's even bringing the king in for this attack, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
so
Levon,
white makes a passed pawn.
Yeah, he needs to deliver checkmate Levon or some kind of repetition. That d pawn is just too strong.
Perpetual check, so he starts some checking. Idea, maybe king f1, rook h4, threatening checkmates on h1.
Mm-hmm. And the king run, king e1. Keep running.
Seems likely. And black's going to bring the knight in.
Okay.
If we sack the exchange, then we're kind of setting up rook h1 mate. So instead, he stutter steps with the king and heads for the hills.
Yeah.
You could slow the opponent down with rook f1, or you could just get going with your d pawn.
Yeah, I think get going. He does.
Going.
2 moves from touchdown. D7,
so he's allowing knight d5 check, in which case he would simply take it and push. Against rook f8, he has rook e8. Once the pawn's on d7, that's going to be done here. 9 seconds each.
Ooh, Levon on the edge. Okay. Any safe king move here. Go forward, I would suggest. And there we go.
The tricky knight. Yeah, which could have provided some opposition at c6 or e6. Very nice technique from Amin in a complicated position with seconds on the clock. And he takes his first win today. Is there any other game still going here?
No, it looks like all of the games have finished in the first game of this round of 16. Maybe we can check out some of those results. All decisive other than one. And that was a game we came from a bit earlier. Vidit Gujarati drawing with Ding Liren, but everywhere else, blood was spilled, David.
So fantastic defense by Ding, honestly, to hold that one slightly bad position. Everywhere else just wins. And this is what you will get with Fisher Random Chess, with Chess 960, with Freestyle. You will get a lot of decisive games, even at the highest level. Any surprising upset here in terms of who you thought was a favorite going into this round?
Yeah, I would say that maybe the biggest upset to me was that last one we just saw. Amin Tabatabai against Levon Aronian. Levon's so experienced, but Amin the one taking the win. And maybe Ralph Mamedov as well. We saw his start to the game, really striking stuff, I would say, against Wei Yi, and he closed it out very convincingly.
Yeah. Last time around, the qualifiers did very well. There were 4 qualifiers against 12 invited players, just like this. And 2 of the qualifiers met in the finals. And 3 of the qualifiers made it to the semis, I think. So it was just like they dominated, like they were 4 versus 12, right? And they just dominated the invited players. And here the qualifiers getting off to a decent start with a couple wins for them. But Nguyen did lose to Mamad Yarov in a game that we didn't catch. And Pranesh lost his game against Abdusattorov, who is a very, very high-level player to have to face in a qualifying event.
Yeah, the other 2 qualifiers from yesterday's Swiss stage, though, did get those wins, the underdogs, we would say, in their matchups. Ralph Mamedov and, Tabatabai. And, we'll see the next position reveal. We should mention, David, they're playing a totally brand new position, and colors will be reversed in the return encounter.
Right. So everybody who just had black will now have white. They will have a new position. They will again have about 3 minutes to get some kind of a grip on that position before their clocks start. I think less so than in normal chess, but still to some degree. If you've lost with white, it's a little bit of uphill battle to now have black. But definitely, because the percent draw is so much less, it's not as much the end of the world, right? Like your chances of winning and losing in normal chess might be, 10% with white and 5% with black and 85% chance of a draw. Well, that's slightly exaggerated. Maybe 12.5 to 7.5 with 80% draw at this kind of a top level. And now in Fischer Random, even if white has a 5 to 10% advantage in winning, the draws are going to make up like 10% of games, which means you still have a 40% chance to win with black.
Yeah, exactly. 1 draw out of 8. My maths isn't so great, but I think that's 12.5% draw rate in that first game. And yeah, I mean, plenty to play for. I think, yeah, you definitely would pick Fischer Random Freestyle Chess over classical chess in a must-win situation every day of the week.
Yeah. Supposing you're in a 2-game match, you're down 1, and then suddenly the arbiter asks you, do you want to play Fischer Random or standard chess? I think even the most avid fan of standard chess would say, like, well, let's just play Fischer Random for 1 game.
Exactly. I mean, random defines it, right? You increase the randomness of any chess position, you increase the odds of a decisive result. And we should just remind everyone just joining us now that we do have 16 players here with us today, but that will be whittled down to just 1 by the end of tomorrow. And that 1 lucky qualifier will be joining these 11 elite players in Paris next month for the next Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. And yeah, what a field that is. Former winner Vincent Keymer, or I should say current holder of the last Grand Slam event. Yeah, and of course the likes of Magnus, Hikaru, Fabiano as well.
Yeah, I'm just so excited to see more of all of this, David. A shakeup in the chess world going on with more decisive games, and also a shakeup in terms of who is the top dog sort of in the chess world, since Magnus actually did not win a tournament. Shocker.
Not yet, at least on this season of the Grand Slam. But okay, we have a position reveal for game 2 of this round of 16. And
right.
Okay, kings in the center, surrounded by their knights, queens in the corner, 1 bishop each on the long diagonal. What else catches your eye here, David?
I'm drawn to the knights on c1, e1, c8, e8, and their potential to immediately seize one color complex for a particular player. So if white started with something like d4, with knights coming to d3 and f3 or something like that, black would be hard pressed to make any wild breaks with c5 or e5. So I think there is some potential for the players starting with white to create a maneuvering game if they want. Now, those who are in a must-win situation might have to look for something more complicated, right? A way for them to quickly counter on light squares, which is not going to be natural, and try and break symmetry. Unless, they have the skills to just play a long game and try to grind out their opponents positionally, which many people have those skills.
Yeah, there tend to be 2 different strategies, right? In must-win situations, you kind of go for the throat, you imbalance things really early, or you just kind of draw it out as long as possible, just prolong the game and play on those nerves, wait for the time scramble before making your move. There is 1 undefended pawn each. It took me a while to see it, but the f2 and f7 pawns not defended.
I hadn't even noticed, and I was looking.
Yeah, me too. I was literally about to say earlier, everything's defended at least, so you don't have to worry too much. But I don't know how relevant that is. We could see some knight jumps trying to target those pawns.
Maybe another relevant feature here, the queens are kind of badly placed. The corner of the board is sometimes bad for the queens. The only exception is when, g3 is very strong to open them up on the diagonal themselves, as if they were a fianchettered bishop. But here, facing an opponent's bishop on a1 or a8, the queens are pretty uncomfortable, and you could either go for quickly g3, bishop g2, try and trade the bishops and have your queen end up on that diagonal, or they might want to consider kind of h4, g4, like really grabbing a lot of space in the area where they have their queen, playing queen h3 or queen h2 at some point, And I think grabbing that space might also bully your opponent's queen. So it might be really valuable.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I like that move you just highlighted, G4. It feels like the kind of thing that we would have seen the players in Weissenhaus discussing, like Magnus and Hikaru, like, oh, G4's got some merits. Bishop on the long diagonal, you open up the queen, you kind of, well, you don't prevent symmetry, but if black replies in kind and plays G5, then you strike with H4 and you try to break things open on that flank first, using the advantage
Right.
of
So
the
that's
first
the
move.
thing, right? The players who want to break symmetry, they can see that after G4, G5, you can immediately break symmetry with H4. There's no way black's playing H5 here. You could calculate it to be sure, but there's no way.
And wow, just on that note, it looks like some of the games just beginning and G4.
Okay.
Let's go to the bird's eye view. G4 has indeed
Yeah.
occurred on 3 of those boards.
As well as
B4.
H4 from Wei Yi, which I was going to say, like, I also value quite highly H4 here.
And eval bar the highest for white on that top right board, Wei Yi, the green board.
Oh, look at
H4,
that.
best move.
He's already won his game, David. Easy as that.
He struck back already. And wow. I mean, G4 on 3 boards, B4 on 2 boards, and
Couple
F4,
Sokolskis.
F4 on the other. Wow.
Wow, they're not agreeing on this particular position at all. Wei Yi, unfortunately, has already blown his win on move 2. Oh well. He's got some moves left to try and turn it around. But yeah, the diversity here is incredible. We had one H5 played by Nguyen. So we've had both one H4 on one board and one H5 on one board by black. The bishop trade from Ahmedyarov, right, as the answer for how to develop that queen, maybe. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it looks like both sides most of the boards at least prioritizing getting bishops onto long diagonals. We see a lot of the players with the white pieces trying to activate their bishops in the left corner. I can't say queenside.
Everybody is completely forgotten about the center for the moment, and they're just thinking about, what about my pieces, right? How do I make my bishops and my rooks happy? They're moving the pawns in front of the rooks to open up the bishops. I mean, yeah, development.
Yeah, don't show this starting position to any beginners. I mean, all that chat about the center, the middle, like controlling the midfield, all that stuff out the window, at least for now. This is crazy.
I see somebody in the YouTube comments, Maestro, mentioning that G4 can be immediately answered by H5. And that was actually, I was wondering whether G4 would run into H5. And it was making me think maybe one H4 was the better first move versus G4. But nobody's played that variation on these 8 boards, so that'll be discovered the next time this position comes up, perhaps.
That'll be in the opening books. The next deep theory dives. Someone can analyze G4, H5 in this starting position. Something similar has happened though on the bottom right board between Liam Le and Yu Yangyi. G4 met by H5, but not quite in the kind of move 1 territory, but a bit later down the line.
Let's maybe go to them. This is a must-win situation for the white player. I mean, most of these matches have a must-win situation, but let's check out what's going on with this. We'll get into the positional factors. I'm going to give folks a real quick click through of how the moves got here. G4, G6, B3, and black goes for the bishop trade. White gives the diagonal to the queen, and controversial already for black to take with the knight versus the queen. I mildly expected the queen to take, David.
Same, I must admit.
Yeah, so now bishop G2 saying like, hey, you missed your chance to play B6. That could be a real problem for black. For now, they fight elsewhere. H5, fighting for space for the queen, undermining the G-pawn. White rather takes space, and black gets space for their queen to get out. With H5, H4, there's a lot of moves for the queen, and they just keep expanding.
Wow. Someone's going to get embarrassed here. Maybe it's the white queen on H1 that's going to be stuck for the whole game, or maybe it's the black bishop on A8, but one of those 2 pieces feels like a bit of an issue.
Yeah, each player seems to have their major problem here, huh? So what's black's plan for the bishop?
Maybe event it's ugly, but to play c6 and then b6 and slowly dig it out. Or maybe
C6,
black's just gonna
B6, bishop B7, C5.
yeah. Or maybe black's
Oof.
just gonna castle to the right, to the king side, and then just play
Notorious.
b6
Right, castle. Oh, castle over this way to defend the
that
bishop
way.
along the 8th rank. Brilliant. Brilliant.
I
Um,
mean, it's possible. I'm not sure if it's brilliant, but it's definitely possible.
for white, I'd like to go rook g3, queen f1, black, but black always has knight f5, so I think that idea is off the table. And instead, white's looking to take a lot of dark squares with this pawn structure. Now that the dark square bishops are traded, a knight can come to d3 and have some pretty decent prospects.
Yeah. I love this move, d4, creating a beautiful square for a knight. That's another thing I've learned from Chess 960 freestyle, that normally you want to put a knight behind a pawn. Putting it on the 3rd or 6th rank without a pawn in front of it, often you get a piece kind of controlled and dominated. Like the black knight on d6 looks nice, but if white gets a move or two, gets like c4, then it could become a bit misplaced.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I mean, that's an idea fundamental to how chess openings are played in standard chess as well. Some people sometimes don't think about it because they're playing rote moves, right? But when you play one c4 in standard chess, it's literally to put your knight on c3 without black playing d5, d4. That's what that pawn is doing. You know, same thing with f4, knight f3, the bird or the Dutch defense. And even when black plays e4, e5, it's to be able to play knight f6 without white playing e5 themselves and just kicking that knight around.
Yeah, and this game looking balanced for now, but I must admit I'm slightly preferring white. Maybe we can zoom out and go to the bird's eye view, David.
Okay,
just to
let's
see
go back.
action elsewhere, maybe. Wow, some weird stuff happening on some of the boards. The purple board, I'm trying to do a quick count. It looks like black is at least temporarily 2 pawns up. That's between Duda and Rapport. Duda in trouble in that match, potentially.
Right.
And Sindarov
so
went for an early
2
checkmate.
pawns already?
Yeah, 2 pawns down. At least for now. One could drop.
I see. But black's development is a little bit awkward, right? A little bit awkward.
Mm-hmm.
White has the long diagonal, so if black castles queenside, I think it's mega bad.
Understatement.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be checkmate.
So black plays f6, trying to kick this knight. I would say white's only down one pawn myself, David, because doubled isolated rook pawns, I hold them in very low regard.
Yeah, I mean, I will happily grab one of those, any doubled rook pawns, any opportunity, but I do kind of agree. I'll say he's 1.5 pawns
1.5? Okay. Yeah, I have this theory that every pawn is worth a different amount, whether it's like a central pawn or a bishop pawn or a knight pawn or a rook pawn. And the average value of a pawn is 1. But like central pawns are worth, 1.25 or so. And rook pawns are the worst because they only attack one square. I almost think of it as like you're promoting your pawn when you get to play a takes b3 or h takes g6.
Yeah.
So to me, 2 rook pawns is basically 1 pawn.
Makes sense. They're kind of half each, right? Like
yeah, exactly.
Well, rook g1, that's a piece sacrifice.
White seizes an open file, but what aggression. Just leaves the knight on the outpost. Just devil may care.
Devil may care. I mean, earlier you mentioned Vidit, and his moves are hard for you to predict. I think for me, one of the hardest players to predict in the world is Duda. I've played him several times, and I can just never guess a single move.
That's frustrating. Okay, so one idea he has is maybe rook f1 to regain the piece after the knight moves. Knight f7 might complicate that task, but he'll create quite a lineup on the f file, right? Potentially like knight f7, rook f1. I don't know if I should go to g6 or e6, but I'll just put the queen somewhere to show the idea that white might try to win back a piece on the f file. This might be where you're happy to have your h pawns. Maybe h3, h2.
That's true, although that pawn can be stopped after queen takes f7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
H2 and knight F2, huh?
Yeah, or rook takes H7 would, I guess,
Rook
stop the
takes
pawn too.
H7 is worse, yeah. Okay, instead
Then
we've got
white's,
some other dynamic
uh,
move. Queen E4, getting
whoa.
the double red. White takes the piece.
I,
And
that,
I think Duda's equalized the material here, even by a
yeah.
normal person's count, not just mine. After Queen H1, he could take. Oh, it doesn't happen. He could take on C7 with check and then recover H4. Knight
Yeah,
here.
I don't hate it. He's also getting ready to castle Richard.
Right.
He's blocked the long diagonal, no more checkmate in the corner. So if he gets castled, he's just totally fine. He only needs to draw, remember, everyone as well. So looking good. A
Yeah, and
report.
it is White who is kind of like scrambling to get drawing chances in this endgame, and Report, will not try too strenuously to deny him drawing chances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Well,
knight,
that was
I don't
that
know,
was wild.
knight c5 or something, and should be totally fine for black. Hmm. Okay, Duda on the edge. This is an endgame now, but we'll see if he can conjure up any chances. Maybe we again zoom out
Mm-hmm.
and see how the other boards are getting on. Nothing too dramatic, no early knockouts. Still awaiting that miniature you're dreaming of, David.
Yeah, might not be today. Knight on A3 looks very weird in the orange battle between Mamedyarov and Nguyen.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Wei Yi's game also somewhat complicated with the knight on E4 and the queen sort of stuck on H7. Hard to judge how Mamedov's queen is doing over there. Probably poorly.
You would think so, but there's all sorts of tension between the queens and bishops. White's queen also a bit of a target. Some tactics to calculate there, and that green board on the top right. Yeah, I mean, Abdusattorov going for it with his pawns. He's got a point advantage in that match. That's the red board. Also looks like an advantage on this current game.
Oh yeah, I like Abdusattorov's position. It's like a closed Sicilian or birds opening on steroids, right? The huge
Mm-hmm.
kingside pawn push, both kings on that side of the board. And the fact that blacks played d5, d4 to shut in the bishop. This is the red board, by the way, folks. To shut in the bishop on a1, but it's taken all the tension off of the center, so white's got a pretty free hand for that pawn storm.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we're not talking about them, but on the bottom row, the black and white board and the light blue board, they've only played about 5-6 moves each. So some games closing in on the final stages, Duda report in mind.
Right.
Some others moving at a snail's pace. So I don't think we'll go to Ding and Vidit yet, but maybe we'll have time to check in on them a bit later.
Yeah, so do you want to go to Mamedyarov perhaps, or to Dominguez? What?
Yeah, I think maybe Mamajarov, just so we can talk about weird pieces for a while.
Okay. Yeah. Take us there. So this is a must-win situation for white folks in this match. Sorry, for black, because Mamedyarov won the first game with black pieces. So Nguyen needs to do something pretty intense here. He needs to win from the black side. He's got a complicated position, but he's got A, the weird knight on A3, and B, I would say his king position's not yet sorted out. So some concerns, but the good part is that he's got a complicated, lively position as black.
Yeah, and he's also facing Mamajarov, who's not known for playing super boring chess and just shutting things down and getting a draw. So yeah, I've got to say the knight on A3. Initially, I was really hating it.
Yeah,
but a knight tying down a rook, kind of mathematically, kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, how bad is it if white has to babysit c2?
Yeah. And
sometimes you can find like an efficient way to babysit c2, but with a piece that's doing other things, right? Like if white had a rook on e2, which is making me think of the move knight f4 here, a bizarre move, but I challenge black's best piece. I do something horrible to my pawn structure, but I just tell myself, I can't quite evaluate this thing here. So, who knows if it's bad or not? I don't.
Yeah, Mamadjarov doesn't either. Wow. Goes back the other way.
Okay, so he opens up the queen's diagonal and prepares to play either knight c4 or knight e4.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, knight c4 looks very logical, David, despite our suspicions about the knight on a3. If I mark time and play knight c4 and trade and play dc4.
Yeah.
I just love that d file here for white.
Yeah, kicking away that beautiful black knight as well.
We take away the best square black has on the board, and we open up this file, highlight the black king position. I feel like that would be a really pleasant scenario for white if he could draw the game in that direction. So I think that might be where he's headed.
Yeah, and black might have to leave that knight on a3 to be captured, which comes with pros and cons. But first, as you said, the black king needs to decide. Probably it should castle sooner rather than later, or at some point in the near future. Maybe you'll just walk it to f7. Black king.
I mean, the dramatic other option, David, is you say, I'm in a must-win situation with black. My king will be what it will be. I'm playing g5.
Yeah, I thought you might say that.
Yeah, I could see you laughing in advance. But
I mean, I'm not judging. It's a cool move. Mamadjarov would, right? What would Mamadjarov do?
Would probably, if he were black in a must-win situation here. Nguyen is much more of a technical player than like a flight of fancy player.
Ooh, set it up.
He's played f5, which could also be looking at g5 next move. But keeping the center a little bit more locked first, right? I imagine if I played g5, I was imagining that you or anyone would trade on f6 as white, to try and open up the middle of the board a bit and undermine my pawn storm.
Yeah.
So f5 is slightly slower, but it leaves the bishop on a1 out of the game, which means maybe you also keep your bishop on e7 to help you attack white's pawn structure.
Ooh.
White goes through with the knight c4 plan, and apparently g5.
There we go. You called it. You saw it.
All right.
I mean, now the center is totally blocked. This makes perfect sense. Fighting on the wings, and I mean, this is kind of classical chess wisdom, right? It's not even Fischer random chess wisdom. Close the center, and then you can switch full attention onto the wings. And the white king and white queen are kind of lined up perfectly as targets.
Yeah, black's got some juice in the position, and he's just saying, we don't care about knight a3, pawn takes a3. That's just another passed pawn that you have to keep in the back of your mind. There's no white piece about to collect it or be up a pawn. And in any case, pawn schmon, sorry to, rankle your inner soul, David, but, black's saying, like, I just got to bust this white king position here.
Looking very, very good for Nguyen right now. Oh, Mamadjarov making his position even worse. And okay, this one is looking good for black. Maybe we can switch to another game just very briefly, because I think Ding has just blundered.
Okay. I mean, yeah, this one's pretty exciting as a potential thing to come back to, because we're about to see,
that's definitely,
a direct king attack here. Black can choose between h4 and taking on g5. I was starting to think, would we maybe play h4 first? But you're calling me to Ding, so let me see.
Ooh. We don't need to rush there. Maybe just a quick peek. Ding has blundered the exchange. Liam Le, meanwhile, looking like he might strike back against Yu Yangyi. That's on the bottom right.
Where was the exchange blunder? Was it really just a sort of a fork here between the knights?
It was just a fork.
Oh, was it because he castled?
He castled.
And he didn't think that square was open, or he just didn't have any choice against knight e3 and chose to give the exchange?
Maybe it's already bad, but Ding, we see him on the camera not looking too happy, low on time as well. I think it might have just been a kind of moment of blindness. Maybe he calculated it from afar and just kind of castled automatically without spotting those knight jumps.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, in classical chess, I would definitely believe in my chances with black. In a rapid game, I would still feel like with a perfect center and well-placed knights, I would kind of feel like it's still anyone's game. regardless of what this eval bar tells us now. Just my experience as a player, if I were sitting here, I'd think.
Yeah. Life goes on. The
Yeah.
rooks aren't better than the knight yet, at least. But yeah,
So
let's jump back to this
I'm
one.
jumping back to Nguyen because I think this is just huge. I mean, this must-win situation with black against a player like Shak. Here's where we left it, was like bishop takes g5 was the choice. And that does also tempo the rook on c1, which dutifully moved. So then he gets to play h4. c4 attacking his great knight. That's the advantage of trading off the b4 pawn for white. But Nguyen just garners himself that double green exclam. Whew.
Nice.
Idea.
Always
Pawn
nice.
takes f2, bishop e3.
Yeah. The discovered
GG.
attack.
So white blocks it with the knight, and now this knight on d5, instead of retreating, it could go to f4. It did.
This feels very matey.
Queen f3.
Okay.
Oops, the other side of the board.
Wow. Didn't even see that, but that's very strong. I mean, it's not just a pawn. White's only plan there was to play d4 next move to open up some lines against the black king, and that has been prevented.
Yeah, to open up. Yeah, I mean, you basically have to counterattack the black king. It's not well placed, but at the moment, nobody's looking at it.
Yeah.
d4.
Queen
so
A8,
rook takes
just one
b3.
check.
Prophylaxis.
Exactly. Exactly. Full control. Yeah. Bishop on a1. Poor thing.
Oh, yeah, it's been trapped as well. Can't get to c3. I would say this pawn on a3 is worth a full pawn in this position. Because of its aji.
Aji.
That's a term from Go for kind of like tactical potential. Like sometimes you have a situation where something is lost or weak, but like your opponent's going to need some time to get it, right? It's like a loss in chess. It's often like a lost pawn, but you can just push it once or twice, and they still have to like move the pieces around the pawn to take it, and it lets you do something elsewhere.
I know exactly the pawn you mean. I didn't know it had a name, so thank you.
Yeah.
I learned something today. Aji. Oh, this looks like checkmate in the meantime, though. The white queen forced to abandon its king.
I guess for now, she's still covering g2, so queen h3. Don't get too excited. We don't have mate yet there. 5 minutes to calculate. It should be enough. Is there knight h3 to f2? That's the kind of move I would want to play.
Yeah. I mean, among other things, rook h8 also looks quite tasty, setting up some threats. Bishop h4. Oof. Not too bad.
Okay. Trying to crack through g3. I mean, this would be my thought, is like just crack through either f2 or g3. And he resigns. Just, can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's crazy how quick that game went downhill for Shakhriyar in that game. And now we will see, tie breaks. We will see those players face off again a bit later. And that mini match ending 1-1.
2 matches decided, as we see on the purple board. Rapport steered that endgame to a draw against Duda. Not a huge surprise there. Big comeback for Nguyen. And should we go to Dominguez and Sindarov, who we have not seen yet, or Abdusattorov and Pranesh?
Ooh.
That one looks kind of funky with those f5, g5 pawns on the red board.
Yeah, maybe that red board, because, again, comeback potential. You can start to smell it, partly because of the eval bar, but partly because the position is wild. And it does look like white is a piece down temporarily. White is down a knight.
Wow. Must have sacked it for a kingside pawn in the last couple moves, I would think. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, the bishop got trapped on a1 in the opening. I mean, Nodirbek must have been completely outplayed in this opening. If I just look at this position a few moves ago, like, no way that was okay. So Pranesh compromises the king side, just wanting to open up the game, believing in his extra piece, essentially. And Nodirbek sacks the knight, pushing f6 as the follow-up.
Knight d5.
But knight d5 hitting the rook and e3.
Yeah, and queen takes knight. Oof, boom. Met by a double attack. Knight takes f6. And the knight's coming to d5 anyway next move. Wherever the white queen retreats to, moves to.
That was an insane little tactical trick, huh? From here, knight to d5.
Beautiful.
Bringing a knight to d5, even though it's hanging the knight.
Beautiful.
That was pretty inspired.
That was genius. I mean, he's still got 4 minutes as well, so he saw this so quickly. Pranesh, who did qualify yesterday through that Swiss play-in. Yeah, just sensing that the e3 square, you have to get a knight there by any cost, giving back the material for free, pretty much. And realizing white is just a bishop down, that bishop on a1. That's genius.
So now white's plan, maybe they're suggesting knight d5, they'll take on f7. But, I mean, the range of positions that'll be winning for black in the endgame with that bishop on a1 are like all of them.
Yeah, true. Very true. Knight d5 looks good. Rook d5 also comes to mind, unless I'm missing something tactically.
Okay, let's consider rook d5 for a moment. If the queen moves, you take on g5, and it's over. Nothing to think about. So, okay, rook d5.
Yeah, I missed rook c8, I must admit, but I'm assuming that black has something very strong in response to that. Wow, he just moves his king. That is so calm. He's given away both of his knights in the last few moves, David, and he's going to do something nasty to white's king now.
Wow, this was quite a calculation, actually, for 3 minutes, that he had to look at this rook c8 thing, sacking the knight, which is going to hit his bishop. Abdusattorov knows that he's up against a dangerous opponent, and it looks to me like after gf6, black might play queen takes e2.
Yeah. Rook g5.
With the idea that that makes rook g5 better, because I thought if we go rook g5, king f2, that it's not so obvious what's coming next, right? So maybe queen e2, cutting off the king. We threaten rook g5 with mate, and if we have time to save the bishop on g7, that's enough. We just win because of the bishop on a1, even if white has some defense here, like queen g4 or something, right?
Yeah,
I could always trade queens and move my bishop and just win.
Yeah, peace up. Wow. I mean, this is going to be an underdog story if Pranesh can strike back and win those tiebreaks somehow.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be proud of himself for this game, no matter what, right? If you win a game with black against Nodirbek in a must-win situation, that's already, it gives you confidence for the rest of your career that you could win any must-win game when you need to.
True. Looking good for Pranesh, who's about to take the g5 pawn and will be material up, as well as with a dominant position. Maybe we can zoom out because it looks like decisive action happening everywhere. On the green board, it looks like Mamedov about to wrap up his match against Wei Yi 2-0. He's winning the white queen, still very messy. We saw the red board just then. Aronian on the other side, the top left of our screens there, the dark blue board, looking tough for Levon. About to go down 2-0 as well. And Ding's still in a bit of trouble.
The qualifier, wow. Is there simply rook a1 in the position on the board for Amin? He's thinking with a minute left.
But that could be captured. He just takes the pawn instead.
Be captured in queen b1.
Oh, he's just a pawn up. Oh wait, he's not a pawn up yet, but he soon will be. Tabatabai on the top left board. Which one do we jump to? It looks like game's about to end.
Well, I went to Wei Yi against Ralph Mamedov maybe for a moment because it's some kind of really weird material imbalance.
Queen for 4 pieces.
It's 4 minors against a queen and 3 or 4 pawns. 4 pawns. Very weird.
Good job counting that so quickly. Counting pawns, despite grabbing pawns, I still struggle counting them.
That's why you keep grabbing them. You never know how many extra you have.
Exactly. I just want 3 extra in the pocket just in case I've miscounted.
Yeah.
But okay, I guess it's just the white king being so open, having no shelter.
Yeah, I think it might be this fifth pawn that's critical.
Oof.
You're like, yes, let's take it,
Yeah.
let's take it.
I mean, yeah, you're speaking my language. Who cares about queen checks on h2 if you can grab a pawn?
Yeah, grab the pawn. Queen h2 will get better next move with the rook in position. Or maybe even queen f4 in some case.
Oof. Yeah.
So he grabs that pawn. What a mess. If white had any pawns left, they could put their minor pieces on protected squares and mob black with these pieces. But as is, white's going to need to whip up some threats against black's king. 30 seconds left for Ralph, who's got to keep his cool. And Wei Yi, I think he's got a chance to land some kind of a tactical blow still.
Yeah, it's still not over at all. Ralph Mamedov, a draw enough for him, so some kind of a petrol check would do the business. But yeah, hard to guarantee anything safe here. It looks like Wei Yi's playing from a bathroom or something, but he doesn't look too confident on the camera. Maybe he'll get more confident now. Mistake.
Rook d3, an odd move, because I don't really know what the point is, but in this kind of position, it's hard to know what you should do, period.
Ooh, he's allowed a check.
Yeah. He couldn't quite stop it.
Oh, just a6.
What's black going for? Rook e3?
Yeah.
Plays a6. White could definitely give some checks, but rook d8 will be played, and then the bishop on h1 will be hanging.
Everything will be hanging.
Everything hanging at once.
Does he have to go back with his knight?
This is a mad position.
Oh, crazy position. Under 10 seconds for Mamedov.
a6 looks pretty good. I wouldn't know what I'm doing as white.
Yeah, just have to go hunting somehow, fishing. Just jump in somewhere and hope for the best. I didn't really see it either. He gives a check. And okay.
Now the bishop can get away with check.
Yeah. Oh, rook g1, the blue arrow points out. The computer's top move is to just come back. That is hard.
There's no way anyone's going to play that. I mean,
no chance.
We're playing bishop c6 or rook g7 here, right? Always check at this pace.
Zero chance of that move happening. It's so unhuman to not force the action if you can.
Yeah.
Bishop check.
c6 makes sense. Knight c8.
Don't play.
So now the rook has to take it, right?
Yeah. I was going to say, don't move your king. Your rook would have fallen.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with what white did. They just collected a million pieces. Black gets out of the way of the h-pawn. It's covered for now. Bishop g7 to f8 is an evil pattern that the computer wants. And I know Wei Yi has wanted to get this bishop out of a1 for the last several moves as we were watching here. So there is a chance that he finds that one.
Oh, brings his bishop
more of
back.
A consolidating move. Bishop f3 covering h1. King f2. Black's going to play h2 with the idea of queen f3.
Oh, he lost momentum, Wei Yi.
You got bishop off of a1 now. Because queen f3 is happening.
Maybe it's too late. Bishop g7 would have been genius, getting the bishop in with the attack ongoing, but now he's too slow. The black king is safe.
Oh, right. So if he goes bishop e5, queen f3, king f3, h1 queens, you have to watch out for queen e4. He tries to re-hide the bishop elsewhere. 6 seconds for black.
Yeah, just to quickly mention, Levon Aronian did lose and has been eliminated. So has Ding Liren, who couldn't fight back from his material disadvantage. Vidit progresses.
Bishop can get to g7 with check or to f6. You gotta move your bishop. 14 seconds, 7 seconds. Any idea who's going to win this one, David?
Do you have any coins I can toss?
I think it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, that's not enough for Wei Yi, one of the top 10 players in the world. He's got 1 second. Wait. What happened there? Did Wei Yi just run out of time?
Wei Yi ran out of time, yeah. Looking for something to keep the game going.
Wow.
That
could
can
have moved his bishop. It was probably going to be a draw, which wouldn't have been enough anyway, but Let's jump into another game where Yi has been eliminated.
Wow. Okay, and Pranesh has won the game against Nodirbek. So that match is tied up. Vidit has won the game against Ding. So I guess it might be time to come around to Dominguez and Sindarov, huh?
Yeah, the other game, Liam Lei is a piece up against Yu Yang and should balance it, should get to those playoffs. So we're likely to see those two again. But Dominguez, Sindarov, very blocked.
Yeah, so they've got an intense strategic game, equal pawns. Bishop pair not necessarily an advantage here, but the knight's not amazing for the moment. The battle goes on. Black looks for the g5 pawn break. Denied.
Spotted. Yeah, that was sneaky.
They have to play this middle game at bullet tempo. White solidifying with g3. Black's going to maybe, decide that the king's not the best on the queen side. The knight has come around, and it looks about equal now.
Yeah, it feels like he's survived the worst Dominguez. He stabilized all of his pieces defended, controlling all the dark squares. This is not a fun way to get a draw, if that's what Dominguez wants to progress. It looks like he should get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take, 150 moves here, right? Black can bring the king to h7, then make a trade somewhere. There's not a lot of pawn pushes left, though.
White did just play g3, like... maybe 10 moves ago, so they've still got 40 moves to just move around and set traps.
Yeah. And what could we go after? The a5 pawn could be threatened, maybe?
I think he wants to put the black king on h7, just far away from everything before going for... Whoa! Right. Before going for anything. He wants to get round the back. Rook b1 coming next.
Trying to seize his moment.
Okay. This is terrifying. But maybe no threats for black.
Right, so the idea would be to check and play queen b1. He goes for queen d1 instead, but it does give white a moment to play rook a1, right? That
Dominguez got a bit lucky there, but this is a lifesaver, swapping the rooks.
Yeah, that looks like it saves him.
And c3, the only winning try to get the black bishop into the game.
Wild move. He goes down a pawn, but he is in a must-win situation, so he activates that bishop. It's headed to f3. I imagine queen g1 is a decent defensive move for white, but they don't try it.
Yeah, I think he's setting up queen g1, so bishop e2, then next, queen g1, and this is so scary
bishop
for Dominguez still.
First, just marking time. Now bishop e2 can take pawn the d pawn potentially.
At some point, the black king is coming. I don't know where it's coming to, but at some point, the black king will start marching.
Right. Holding the balance as white. The d pawn sack back was well done.
There we go.
There's the king.
Oh, queen a2, great move. Coming in on the diagonal.
Yeah, but leaving the king, right? So now he's got to deliver a perpetual. Can't stumble here.
Yeah, queen d5 should. Oof.
The a2 square.
Yeah, should be keeping the black king out with a bunch of checks here.
They both need nerves of steel for this phase. Queen c3 to c5 looks okay.
You can go back to b2, repeat the position.
Yeah.
I think he's found it. Dominguez, a draw is enough. Oh, it's checkmate, bishop c3. Sindarov is out. Wow, Dominguez, what a clutch defensive effort there to take the win and cruise through to those quarterfinals.
Incredible. What a blow. He was ready for it. He looked very calm as he clinched that match. That's probably the last game. Let us see what has happened to the bracket. Who has already made it through to the quarterfinals?
Yeah, the quarterfinals, we have 5 of the 8 players confirmed. Vidit defeating Ding Liren, 1.5 to half. Amin Tabatabai, one of the men of the moment in this freestyle play-in so far, defeating Levon Aronian 2-0. Lenia Dominguez, we saw it there, clinching that win against Sindarov. And those two will face each other. Ralph Mamedov, in the meantime, getting through, as does Richard Rapport. That leaves us with 3 matches going to tiebreaks. And we'll be taking a break now very quickly. More info on the tie breaks, on the time controls after that break. David, we've got more chess ahead. We'll see everyone soon.
Do you think if we had been playing, instead of normal chess, chess 960 as the main competition, would you have become world champion? No.
It's a lie.
It's a lie, okay.
You know how arrogant I am.
I wanted the people to
I
know.
was shocked when he said no. I was like, yes, he does.
Do you enjoy reading Vladimir's tweets about cheating? Is it a passion of yours?
Yes.
True. Very true.
Yeah, I mean,
who doesn't? It's good theater.
It's a bit too much sometimes, but especially because, like, we're all concerned about cheating, and there's definitely a lot of good points in what Vladimir says. So, it's a pity that it gets drowned in a sea of too many tweets.
I think generally if you have too much content, if you publish too much stuff, then even your serious stuff that is actually good is not going to be taken seriously.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Now we know how proud you are of your style, fashion. But I have a question. Do you think your shirts are better than Gucci Reza shirts?
100%.
True.
The statement, I like it. Do you ever have regrets for not playing for your Armenian team?
Yes.
True.
Then follow up. If you had a standing good offer to come back to play for Armenia, would you do it?
No.
It's maybe true, but there are some mixed emotions there.
Yeah, but I can understand. Like, you played for what, 20 years or so? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I do believe that some chapters get closed, in our lives, and you just have to move on.
Yeah.
Wear your love of chess on your sleeve with all new apparel and accessories from the Chess.com merch store. Maybe you simply want a clock that will never run out, or a mousepad that will finally unlock your speed chess potential. Whether you play chess to get energized with your morning coffee, or play into the wee hours of the night and witness the occasional alien abduction, we've got something for every king, queen, and knight in shining armor. Even gift cards for your loved ones who've caught the chess bug. So check out the Chess.com shop for apparel, accessories, and more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
everyone, and welcome back to the play-ins for the Paris Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. It's David Howell, David Bruce here with you, and it's tiebreak time. And David, it's going to get quicker, it's going to get faster, and the stakes higher, of course.
Yeah, we're going to see some blitz games now for the first time in this play-ins. You will see them periodically because some of these matches will be ending in 1-1 ties. The level is there, the grit is there from the players to make comebacks after losing a game, and the nerves go up in these blitz situations. I think maybe not for all of them. There are some people really cool as ice here, but some of them are going to have to be feeling the nerves.
That's right, some cold-blooded killers on the board, but they will have to embrace this time format. It's 2 blitz games. First of all, 5 minutes plus 2-second increment. It is the best of 2 games. The players will alternate colors, different starting positions, of course, for each game, as we're becoming used to by now. And if it's 1-1 at the end of these 2 blitz games, then we go to Armageddon chess. So, tie breaks. It's going to get feisty. I can't wait, actually. I've got to say, blitz chess is scary at the best of times, but when it's 960 as well, that adds the extra element.
Yeah, one thing about today's format in this event, which I don't think we mentioned because we plunged into the game so quickly at the start this morning, is there is now prize money for the top 8 players in this event. And the first time around, David, we had this incredible event for 3 days, and then at the end of the event, Fedoseev got a spot in Weissenhaus, and other players who had played for 3 solid days got nothing. Okay, but they were playing for that chance. I don't think it was necessarily like unfair or anything like that, but there was some outcry from a lot of the people watching. They're like, wait, you're telling me that Sindarov got nothing? You know, like, we've been watching this guy for 3 days. He's played like 30 games for us, and he got nothing. I was like, well, I mean, are any of you guys putting up a prize fund for him? You know, like, you're complaining and all. But someone has now put up a prize fund, you know. So the top 8 players will be getting prize money, which means that for those in these tie breaks right now, if they lose, they're out. But if they win, they'll be in the money for this tournament.
That's right, and that means the players will also be with us for longer. They'll be playing consolation matches. Even the players, the quarterfinalists who later get knocked out, they'll be playing for places, playing for prizes. So yeah, very important point. There's a lot on the line in these next tiebreak games. It's always sad to say goodbye to players. I mean, I'm sad to see Ding Liren leave, for example, in that round of 16. But yeah, that's how things work, unfortunately.
And for me, I mean, I don't know if my mind's processing everything that's happened, but off the top of my head, Sindarov getting knocked out, I'm a little sad for. I've become, you know, attached to him through watching him through that whole first play-in. Then miraculously, after losing, he lost in Armageddon, by the way, in the finals to Fedoseev. It went all the way to Armageddon. So it was like a very close, long match. Then miraculously, he gets Anand's spot in Weissenhaus and goes on a great run there. So I was kind of attached to him at this point, you know, wanting to see more from him, and he has been knocked out in this round of 16. It's kind of, yeah, I mean, there's always a fair amount of heartbreak in chess tournaments, right? Because you like so many of the players.
Yeah, we love those fairy tales as well, those underdog stories. But in the meantime, we do have a position reveal for our first of these tiebreak blitz games.
Yeah.
And okay, a king cuddled up by its 2 rooks. Maybe we won't see castling, at least on the long side in this one. But what other kind of factors catch your eye here, David?
I like this. This is a real random position, you know. There's no way it's gonna fall into a Catalan after 3 moves. We're gonna get something funky here, and there's a lot of room for the players to choose different opening moves. I think castling is gonna be a little bit tricky. That's gonna be maybe one of the challenges for the players. But I could see this game starting with some central moves. We've seen very little occupying of the center in some of the recent positions we'd had. But here, if you wanted to expand in front of the rooks with your pawns, you're going to weaken your king position so much.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be worried here.
Yeah, we might see h4, h5 by both sides just to give the rooks potential to open up.
Right.
But I think that's the maximum we'll see from any of those kingside pawns, at least in the near future.
Right. And even that, I feel like here I might prioritize the center first and then see as the game develops whether I want to move my h-pawn, because even just throwing in h4, I weaken g4 and g3 a little bit, and I'm not personally not confident I want to do that from the get-go.
Yeah, and okay, this is a position we will not see. Position 5-8-1, I believe, or 5-1-8. No, 5-1-8. The starting position, the normal classical starting position. I think we'll get our freestyle position back in a moment. But there was one undefended pawn that I'd spotted as well for each side on e2, e7. So we'll highlight that one when we get the position back. The players, we can confirm, just getting ready to start these blitz games. There we go.
There we go. We've got it. And look, a central pawn move. All right. Kicking it off in the center now.
Nice. And very logical, because just like e4 in a normal chess game, d4 in this start position does open up a queen and a bishop. And okay, one of the knights developing now. c4 very likely to happen.
Right.
On the next
and
move.
Here from Pranesh, he attacks the pawn on d5. And I think he's very well set up to play c4 next if black plays a move like c6 or e6, right? With a little less space. I guess actually, hold on. e6, I don't think you play c4 as white.
Ooh, traps.
Yeah.
Big trap.
That actually indicates to me that this might be a position that's pretty good for white, David, because there's also the sort of hidden attack between the queens on the c file, which means if black plays c6, which blocks in two of the pieces despite opening one of them, and white plays c4, I don't think you can hold the d5 square with the queens like this. I mean, technically you could play queen e6 or something, but I don't recommend it.
Yeah, knight f5 also a threat here, I should mention, after c4, with the queen coming up to g5 very quickly, e7 hanging. This looks terrifying.
Okay,
he's found.
You could even have like a
another
knight
way.
h6 mate pattern in some cases with the a piece on the third rank.
Beautiful.
Okay, so after knight e3, black played knight b6 with the pieces. Much better.
Much better.
More like e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6 in the normal position. Just shifted a little. This knight will help fight for control over c4. White should probably still have played c4, I think.
A Scotch
they developed.
With everything shifted.
And black attacks e2, and white leaves e2 hanging. Woo!
But knight c6 defends everything and attacks the bishop. This is getting spicy.
Yeah, that's our first little dose of tactics, is what is white intending against knight to c6?
We don't find out, however, because rook to e8 was played. And, okay. Wow, action. Big action in the center.
Wow, Nodirbek going for it very, very early here. He's not content to just maneuver, right? No c6, knight e6. He strikes for a central advantage immediately.
He's a very ambitious player, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Every time I see him, he'll play the most ambitious move no matter what. As long as he can back it up with calculation and there's no refutation, he tends to try and play on the front foot. So e5, a very big move. We'll come back to dissect this one a bit later, but maybe if we zoom out, because I see wild things happening on that bottom right board, another tiebreak between Yu Yangyi and Liam Le, where the eval bar has said that white has made a... or it looked like it had said that white had made a huge error in the early stages. Is the white queen getting trapped?
White queen came out quickly. There's a hidden bishop on b8, folks, right by Liam Le's name, and it's really cutting off the white queen's squares.
Okay, maybe we just jump to that one briefly. The other game on the bottom left, looking very balanced, very symmetrical so far. So, okay, let's see the dance of the queen.
Trying to bring it up. So black taking squares with the pawns. Queen desperately looking for space on h6. There's knight f7. So she gets out of there, returns to her side of the board. And now Liam pushes in the center. And I suppose the d and e pawns will be traded.
Either way,
I don't see justification for pushing. I
Yeah.
think there will be a trade here at some point.
This can't be what you intended. Yu Yang Yi here. Can't be what he wanted. His knight's gone from A1 to B3 to D4 back to B3. He's lost a lot of time. His queen has moved like 4 or 5 times already.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. Knight A5. That's a unexpected move.
Yeah, that's a surprise. You wouldn't have been hunting pawns yet as white. You would have been trying to develop, I think, your bishop on E1, rook on F1.
Yeah, exactly.
He plays
even
knight
me.
D5.
Okay, big threat. Knight E7 check.
Desperate for squares in the center. What he's terrified of is black playing F5 when his bishop has to retreat back into C2 or B1, and black sort of rolling him in the center. So he uses a piece trade, 2 piece trades, and then gets back to developing.
Yeah, but okay, black's going to take over the D file most likely. Maybe black's going to play H5 just to pretend that he's pushing that pawn forward. But I'm expecting the move rook to D8, maybe followed by castling, getting that rook in the corner out of the back into the game, and looking much more balanced now. Maybe Yu Yang Yi not playing the best opening, but at least going into survival mode. It looks like he's navigated this back to a normal-ish looking position.
He could consider H4 here, but black has the pawn majority on the king side. So if you play H4 and black stops you with H5, who does this pair of moves favor? I would guess black, even though, I'm loath to question Yu Yang Yi's judgment.
Yeah. Putting pawns on dark squares despite having a dark squared bishop. Yu Yang Yi here with white, which feels counterintuitive, but now we find out the reason. I forgot that was legal.
So now pawn moves on the king side favor white because they're kings over here.
Wow. Liam Lei could have actually done the same until he moved his rook to F7. He could have castled on the long side. Again, I just forgot that was legal. Chess 960 is hard, but I'm not sure about this. White king's going to be much safer on B1 than the black king on G7 if the white bishop gets to the long diagonal.
Yeah.
Big if.
Right, so if black took on C3 and white's bishop came to C3, that could be great for white. But if black's bishop comes to E5 first, it might be great for black. And there it comes. White probably has something in mind with F4, D takes C3. Doesn't look healthy.
Doesn't look great.
Can white play C4?
Yeah. B5 is an option in those positions.
Yeah. What is
Something
white to do about this?
Maybe it is the white king after all. We were praising the move, right? But maybe castling to the long side, not the safest after all.
Yeah, and I was gonna say maybe we try and hit the brakes with something like Queen E4, but then I think black has Queen C4, or maybe A4 or A6. I don't know, but they can keep the queens on the board, hit A2, and keep the game going like that. White played King B1. Black trades.
Rook C1.
Rook C1. Beautiful.
Yeah, great solution there. And
trades the queens. The queen in for the pieces. Yeah.
If black's pawn were back on B7, I would say black has great winning chances, but the split pawns for black on the queen side might make it harder to just cover everything with the rooks.
Yeah, but I would love to have black in this position myself.
Yeah. I was going to ask, who would you choose here, the queen or the rooks?
Yeah. Oh, I could move around for so long. So many moves you could play.
Yeah, true. But queens, if it comes down to a 5-second scramble, queens, there's only one of them to have to worry about. You have to worry about 2 different rooks.
Yep.
I don't know. We will see. Okay, this endgame, as you mentioned, it's likely to go on for a long, long time, roughly in the balance, but maybe the rooks slightly for choice. Should we zoom out and see what's going on elsewhere? Pranesh, is he about to score another upset win against Abdusattorov?
That would be something. We saw Abdusattorov playing quite aggressively in the opening there.
Yeah, let's see if we can go to our bird's eye view just to update ourselves as the players now all around the boards are getting down to around the 1 minute mark. Pranesh with an advantage. The other board, Nguyen against Mamedyarov, looking very symmetrical, very level for now. Maybe small advantage for Mamedyarov.
Yeah, still a technical
Pranesh.
game with the bishop on f6 on the orange board being more active than the bishop on d2 for Nguyen, but he's looking to play c4 and bishop c3. Mamedyarov's going to use the d4 square to avoid symmetry, I imagine. But more complicated is Pranesh versus Nodirbek, where there's even this g5 move on the board. I don't know.
Yeah. G5, I guess, earlier would have been met by Queen H5, and the black rook was hanging on E8, so now black has doubled up. But now the E6 pawn is hanging. The white king may be slightly safer, you would say, here, than its counterpart.
I mean, as black, you would love to do some kind of an exchange sack with rook f4, especially if you could get your knight to a good square. The problem is, if you take twice on f4, white has rook d8 check. And if you play rook f4, gf4, and then try to play, knight g6 or knight d3, the white bishop has got everything covered. So he can't quite make it happen. And he continues to suffer a bit on those two light squares, e6 and g6, that are getting targeted. And if he ever moves one of those targeted pawns, then the squares become even weaker, right?
Yeah, is knight takes e6 a tactic here? Oh, he's lining up for it.
Preparing. Knight e6 and bishop d5.
Yeah.
Nodirbek supports the knight on e5.
Again, there's a question. I'm not sure whether it quite works here, but he's just lining up on the e-file. And wow, similar tactics. The black knight jumps in, king takes, and black will play g5.
Yeah, and he can't counter with something like knight e6, I don't think, because knight e1 is check. So he just goes in for this. Now we get these pure opposite-colored bishops. Does white have some move like rook g1 or rook g2? Something funny like that? White goes direct for the e-pawn.
I think with a bit more time, he might have looked for options, but this looks strong too. White shouldn't be in trouble here, even when the knight drops back. The black king is so open on the light squares.
Yeah, I mean, he's got this theme of queen c8 here. After, say, gf4, rook f6, or even rook e8, rook f8, queen e6, or queen c8.
Looks very matey, but you need a punch here. You need some kind of check.
Yeah. It's reminiscent of the tactics at the end of the Keymer Prague game, last round of Plata Steel.
I was thinking the exact same, and it was also the same opposite color bishops, queen and light squared bishop versus queen and dark squared bishop.
Yeah. So the bishop trying to hide.
This is it. This is it. Rook h7 coming next. The black queen was about to be lost.
Yeah.
Wow, Pranesh takes a win.
Pranesh takes the lead.
G4 was genius. Let's jump over to the other game. Nguyen against Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov may be about to take the win in his one. A pawn up for nothing. No compensation. The other game looking very level. Yu Yangyi against Liam Le. Can Mamedyarov break through?
Yeah, extra pawn. He needs a second weakness to win the game, right? So whether it's on the king side or the queen side, our principles say black needs one more thing to work with.
Ooh, b4, queen c3. I think he might have done better to stop this. Nguyen, now the white queen will be kicked away. Oof. Even d2 here looks very tempting. He's getting ready to line up.
Yeah.
d2. There we go.
There's
Queen
D2.
Sacrifice. And a pawn will queen.
Yep. That's it. Game for Mamedyarov. Wow.
Beautiful finish. One of the pawns would have cost white his queen there. One more game still ongoing. That queen versus rooks end game.
Still going, huh? Okay.
Yu Yangyi and Liam Le.
Definitely saw the technical strength of Mamedyarov there. So g5 from Liam. And he wants to, just trade off the rooks on f2 if white will accommodate with hgfg.
Yeah.
Nice move from you, kicking that rook.
Oh, thank you. Oh, not from me, from you. From you, Yangyi.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately for Liam Lay, his pawn was on f6 this whole endgame. If his pawn were back on f7, his king would have been safe from checks, and he could have organized the two black rooks to go on the attack together. But one of the rooks has been always forced to guard the black king, so unable to quite coordinate.
Right.
Ooh.
All right. Self-pinning was key to the World Championship match between Nepo and Ding.
Yeah. But, yeah. What? No. No.
We kept our eye on the ball and didn't look at the match timer.
Wow. Yu Yang Yi, he was playing on seconds. They did get a 2-second increment, but losing on time, not the first Chinese player to do that. We did see Wei Yi lose on time a bit earlier as well. Wow. That is huge.
Indeed. Yeah, it shouldn't normally happen with the 2-second increment, but it can if there are enough technical difficulties. If you run into a spot where you're just not sure of the next move, and he's hesitating between going to the 8th rank or keeping the 2nd rank defended with the queen. And yeah, here we see our bracket, folks. You can see who's already advanced. And the current scores: 2-1 for Pranesh, 2-1 for Liam, 2-1 for Mamedyarov. Draws are few and far between, David.
Yeah, one draw so far in the knockout stages of this. Oh no, just 2 draws so far in the knockout stages of these play-ins. And yeah, we'll be finding out our 3 remaining quarterfinalists maybe in this next game if there are no comebacks, or we might be going to Armageddon chess if the players who just lost that first blitz game can strike back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Of the players who just lost, is there somebody who you think of as like a real good strike backer?
It's got to be Abdusattorov, right? I was going to say, I must admit, I didn't see him losing this match. Such a big favorite against Pranesh, young, strong Indian player, but Nodirbek is one of the best players in the world, simply. So I think all eyes on that one in the next encounter. How about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, that's just Abdusattorov's, he's famous for being cool under pressure, right? So that, as well as just the incredible chess class he has, that should come in handy. But I wonder if it's a little bit weird for him playing somebody younger than him after years as a child prodigy, always playing people stronger than you. And then there comes a point in your career where and then somebody else is coming after you, somebody younger trying to knock you off the pedestal, and maybe it's a little bit of a weird feeling.
Yeah, the circle of life. And Nodirbek will have to get used to that. This is the starting position for the next blitz. Okay, I think I can safely say no undefended pawns. Everything is covered. What strikes you about the piece placement?
All right, double checking your work. I agree. So obviously B3 or B4 or B5 is getting played at some point, but there is the potential to start this game off in the center as well, with moves like D4 or E4. Just grabbing space. They don't all open up your bishops the most, so I guess they're not necessary. But E4, P6, how would we defend the pawn?
Yeah, I think E4 is probably the most ambitious move. D4, D5 looks very slow and stodgy. It's going to be hard to break that symmetry.
Yeah, D4, D5. Black's going to have knights that come to F6, D6, or B6. They're going to cover your immediate central pawn breaks, so it's going to slow the game down before it even gets started. And something about what I'm doing causes this position to pop up. I apologize.
This dreaded position, the normal starting position. Don't worry, I was doing this all the time during Vice House, clicking back on this. Hard to find the freestyle position yet again. But I mean, either way, for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he does get white. Freestyle, we were talking about how having white isn't necessarily a big advantage, but just the fact that it's freestyle is the advantage in must-win situations.
Yeah.
He's definitely capable.
I wonder if Nodirbek has played enough games here with Pranesh at this point to have some kind of sense of like some kind of weakness of his, right? Because I feel like even if somebody's beating you in a match, if you're that strong a player, you've got this class where you can see people's strengths and weaknesses, maybe, right? And you can feel, here's my avenue. Should I be playing a technical game? Should I, is there some weakness that I can aim for?
Yeah, I don't know about weaknesses. I haven't seen many from Pranesh, just watching his games the last couple of days, but I've seen some strengths, and he's clearly very, very good tactically, as he proved in that last game.
That's of no use to Nodirbek, but it is a good observation as a commentator. We've seen a lot of strengths from Pranesh. He's the only person who beat Amin Tabatabai in the last round after Amin led the entire Swiss tournament yesterday, and then we saw Amin 2-0 Aronian today. So far, he's the only person, period, we've ever seen beat Amin in Fischer Random.
Yeah, looking very stoic, Pranesh, because partly because his camera's frozen, but he has not frozen. Quick start to this game. Bit of tension in the center.
Yeah, so Nodirbek chose c4 and b4 as a place where he could set up a sort of head duo of pawns, right? Gain some influence in an area. And he could get kind of like a standard tiny advantage from a 1d4 opening, right? Some mild pressure on the c file out of this.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Pranesh's pieces are all living pretty freely. So,
an
odd move
E3.
there.
Yeah. The odd move being bishop d5.
Yeah, because normally bishops are happy being tucked away, no?
Yeah. I agree.
They're not screaming for the limelight like knights that just want to be like, look at me in the center, preening and everything.
I've never thought of it like that, but yeah, knights are divas, attention, hogs.
Yeah, and they want you to make 3 different pawn moves to create one square for them, and they're like, yeah, now I'll jump in. Oh, and then they want all the praise, all the honor,
Yeah, they want to be protected on outposts where nobody can boot them away. Wow, rook c8. I mean, I was about to say e4 is a threat. He's just asking for e4 right now, threatening some fork, so black will be forced to take on b3, but bishop pair, pawn center. You said not all pawns are equal. This looks beautiful for white.
Do we interpret bishop d5 as he wanted to hunt down that knight on b3 with the beautiful long diagonal bishop?
No comment.
Now he looks to switch to a dark square game, and Nodirbek, I think, is going to agree with that evaluation and avoid it.
Mm-hmm. But how to avoid it? Is it this move? E5. Very committal. Knight f4 now. Forced, apparently. Or the only move to minimize the damage.
Yeah. I need to get used to the fact that this is blitz. I mean, they're at like 4 minutes already, right? Where 15 minutes was quite a bit slower than 10. So I feel like we really slowed down today. And now we have to really speed up. It's a little bit of a jerking this way and that way for the players as well to adjust their pace.
Mm-hmm. And it's all about adapting to the new format, the new time limit. And knight f4 is a great way to adapt to this position, because without this move, he would have been forced to put his other knight on some really ugly squares. So expecting a retreat here. I know that we're both biased towards the bishop, so probably the bishop's going to move, but
yeah,
don't know if there's any options.
Yeah, looks like the bishop should tuck, but Nodirbek, I mean, before he discoordinates his position, he gets a bit worried and invests a full minute here on this next move.
Not a good sign.
Yeah, it's quite a bit, but he's already pretty committed with e5. I mean, if you play a move like rook e1 and then you don't even have the bishop pair and you're kind of weak on the d file now.
Mm-hmm.
He leaves the bishop on e2 and Pranesh doesn't deign to take it. Holy moly.
Yeah, they're not as positionally inclined as us, perhaps. I mean, I would have snapped off. I see a bishop with I can take with a knight, I will happily capture. But this is the idea. He wants his knights on outposts, those beautiful diva knights.
And specifically, he wants, knight h3. He just believes in that knight on f4 and his potential play.
He's allowed it.
And Nodirbek is avoiding yet another trade. He doesn't want that queen trade.
But he's allowed your knight h3 move, which looks
Yeah.
devastating for the white king side. Forced to capture it, the white knight falls. White's
Yeah.
pawn structure ugly.
Yeah. The way I count pawns, David, this is kind of like losing a pawn when you play g takes h3. So
Losing half a pawn, David.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the white queen now compared to black's queen. I understand trying to keep queens on, but I don't know. It just feels so smelly now.
Yeah. I guess he's saying, you know, the black piece, rooks and bishop have yet to come into the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably he saw knight h3.
I don't know if he did. I would probably bet against, because
You think against?
Yeah, this is hard position to. I mean, it's hard to imagine that this is something to aim for. Knight h4 is coming in the near future. Rook c2 now.
Yeah, knight h4 is going to be pretty annoying, and that rook is active, and the other one's coming out.
Nodirbek.
a7 is hanging, by the way. I'm sure that's on your radar.
Yes. For what? I mean, that shows you how much I hate White's position. The fact that I see a pawn and I still don't really get optimistic, even taking it.
Yeah.
The other black rook's going to come in. There's going to be some checks threatened.
Yeah, I think rook c8, rook c1 is really awkward for white. So the queen to step away from c1 here would be really aggressive.
Brave. There we go. Oh, rook f1. At least acknowledging that things won't come with check.
Yeah, tucking that rook away. Black's got knight h4 here as a move. We've got a blue arrow suggesting queen g5, setting up both rook c1 and knight h4. That makes sense. And also black has a free hand. He could play any number of moves. It's tough for Nodirbek. Do you want to have a quick look at the bird's eye view so that fans of different players have a sense how their horse is doing in this race?
Yeah.
We could start with orange in the lower left corner. That is a match where Mamedyarov won the first game, technically with a passed d pawn on the d file. And now he's got the white pieces, so Nguyen needs to win on demand with black. And black looks pretty active on the queen side.
Yeah, if black can get the a pawn running at some point, it looks pretty good. That being said, still early days in that encounter. Meanwhile, Liam Le against Yu Yangyi. It looks like maybe a comeback for Yu Yangyi if he can mount an attack against Le's king on that board on the bottom right there.
So we've very much got a weakened king position there, and there comes a sacrifice. Oh,
boom! Let's jump.
There comes the boom. There comes the boom. Let's see how fast we can get there.
Jump in, Liam Le against Yu Yangyi. Must-win situation for black. We enter as a double exclamation mark has been awarded to this sacrifice. It does look like the most natural move. It looks winning.
Yeah.
Maybe we can show the idea if white recaptures this piece.
Yeah, I think it's to bring the queen via checks to the 4th rank and then take the pawn on e4. I could be wrong, but this is how I would imagine proceeding. Is we need to bring one more piece to the attack if we want to finish the king. If we want a perpetual, of course, the queen is sufficient. The open f file means we can't lift our rook to f6 and over to g6 and so forth. But if white ever takes on f8, we've got a replacement to keep the king from escaping the kill zone. So bishop e4, bringing a second piece. And now we're preparing queen g3 checkmate, as well as bishop takes queen.
Yeah, this is terminal. So he decided not to accept the gift, not to take the sacrifice piece. Bishop to f3 instead. Now, apparently the best move to just retreat. I would actually just be wanting to like snap off that bishop on f3 or take on h2 or something. Hard to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an important calculation, which would be rook f3, bishop h2, right? That you would have to look at before you retreat. So that would go here, here, takes. And I think queen takes, queen f3 looks pretty simple, but maybe white gets a counterplay on c7 there.
Yeah,
You know? Threatening queen c8. No?
Yeah, rook to f8 though, and
Right, rook to f8. And then you've got the king cut off again.
yeah, e3 is hanging, e4 is hanging.
Right.
Wow.
So what, should we play something defensive like queen f4 to stop queen e3 and rook f8?
Yeah, and it's not over. And this has actually happened on the live board. This exact
has it?
position.
Okay,
Wow.
so seeking solace in an opposite colored bishop ending might be a way for Liam to save it. So rook f3 gets adorned in red, queen f3, and queen f4 found by Liam, and that might be enough to get him back into this match. Yu Yangyi says the advantage in the opposite colored bishop ending is not enough, does not trade on f4 and grab e4. Instead, just keeps queens on the board, but that means the bishop on a8 has yet to enter, and white is more or less equal on material after bishop c7.
Yeah, and we'll come back to this because Yu Yangyi has spoiled most of his advantage. But let's go out again to Abdusattorov, who's about to strike back miraculously, perhaps. We can mention that Mamedyarov lost his game, so we're headed to Armageddon in at least one of the encounters.
I guess it's blitz.
Yeah.
I guess it's blitz. That can happen. So you want to see
Abdusattorov looks like he's mounting a mating attack.
Okay. Found it.
Or have I jinxed it? Have I struck the commentator's curse?
Queen d6. I mean, the black king is open and white's pieces are very active.
Mm-hmm.
I guess rook d7 is a big question. Where did this queen come from?
Ooh.
Queen d7 played by black. Queen e5.
There's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, I mean, king g8, there's bishop c4. Any other king move, there's either rook f4 or rook h4, it looks like. 20 seconds each. The king is done. If he goes to e8, there's queen h8.
Yeah, and bishop c4 wins the exchange. It's just one check.
Yeah.
Black can deliver. Okay.
Defending the knight against rook c7.
Great technique from
White should be able to find a decisive attack at some point here. Maybe h4 to make some extra room for the king as needed. Because with f2 and h2 pawns, there are these sort of perpetual checks with queen g4 that can happen. So I like playing h3 or h4 at some point if I have a free tempo.
Yeah. Looks good, but he feels he doesn't need it. Rook d7 is likely to force the queens off if black
Just
wants
calculating, goes straight for the attack. Cuts off rook c1, preparing back rank mate. He could play rook e7, queen g6 check, queen b6, but I don't think it's a good idea. Instead, he cleans up a pawn. Now his queen's got to cover one of these squares, d1 or g4. There come the checks, man.
It's a lot of checks.
Queen h4, looking at e4, defending the knight, stopping queen f6. He could go to e5 or e6 here, I think.
Wow, a4 is so calm.
So calm. Oh, and I'm mesmerized by the ticking clocks now. 2 seconds for Nodirbek.
Oh. Credit to Pranesh for staying in this. It looks like he's been busted for so long.
Yeah. Oh, and now we can finally go to just a king and pawn ending. Yeah, that's going to help us relax.
Okay, and no perpetual.
Yeah. Even
gaining
queen
a bit of
g3
time.
is enough, right?
Queen back to e1 blocks things. And this one's going to Armageddon as well. Abdusattorov striking back miraculously. Or queen b7, a nice try, but the queen gets captured. And he equalizes the score. Nodirbek, still one game ongoing, I believe, in opposite color bishops now between Liam Le and Yu Yangyi. Let's try and catch the closing moments of that one.
Yeah. See how it's going.
Ooh, 2 pawns. Are they split far enough apart? That's the question. Normally you need 3 lines between your pawns if you want to break any fortress.
Right.
This is so hard to call from a human point of view. Eval Bar says black is winning, but what's the plan?
But who knows? He can get 3 rows apart by going after this pawn and pushing h2, right?
But it is the wrong colored rook's pawn. The a1 square is a dark square. Black has a light square bishop. Maybe it's just Zugzwang at some point. But how? How is this winning? Now the bishop can move again. The white bishop. Check. It feels like he has to like triangulate even, and somehow catch the white bishop when it's not quite ready to defend the a pawn.
I definitely don't see a way through other than sacking the h pawn for the a pawn.
Maybe you've got to try that at some point and hope that white isn't quick enough to run over with the king to a1.
Yeah.
Ooh, king
for anyone not clear on the scores, it is white, Liam Le, who won the first game. He goes for king g2, but that is the wrong rook pawn. So Liam is going to hold on and save the match, yeah?
Yeah, Liam. Wow, rearguard action there. Defensive job. Almost done. Yu Yangyi leans back. He knows that this is a draw. This feels unfair.
So close. Both in the middle game with bishop takes g3 and in this end game, 2 extra pawns. The opposite colored bishops just creaking.
Yeah. I've always thought this endgame is unfair though. Bishop and pawn up and you still can't win against the lone king. Chess is full of contradictions.
Yeah, it's one of the weirdest outliers in all of chess.
It's an important one, and that means we will have 2 Armageddons. David, how excited are you feeling about those?
They're very tense for me, but I think I'm mentally prepared for it today. So try to enjoy them, not get too stressed out.
That's good. And this one, they're just giving us some extra chess, playing on a bit more.
Yeah, Yu Yangyi extending his run at this tournament by an extra minute, but it will come to an end.
Stalemate ends this time, this game, and Yu Yangyi's run in the play-ins here. Liam Le moves on to the quarterfinals after those blitz tiebreaks, and we can confirm 2 Armageddons after comebacks in the other encounters by Nguyen against Mamadjarov and by Nodirbek Abdusattorov up the top there on this bracket against Pranesh. Armageddon, it felt fated. It felt that some of these players just too difficult to separate them.
Yeah, very, 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 very great play from both Nguyen and Nodirbek, of course. It's they're playing really tough opponents. To come through like this is incredible, and I guess the initiative might slightly be with the players who've won the second game when you go into Armageddons.
Yeah, you would think that, but I guess it is a bit random. It is going to come down to speed. Ultimately, the clock is going to play a big part. I don't know if we can check out those Armageddon rules right now, because I think we need to remind ourselves and the viewers how this is going to work next. It is a bidding Armageddon. The base time is going to be 5 minutes, so whoever, I'm going to say loses the bid, but whoever bids the highest amount of time will end up with 5 minutes. The player who bids lower, how low can you go, is going to get to choose the colors, probably black, because you get draw odds. And of course, with black, drawing will get you through to those quarterfinals. What do you think is the lowest they can go here in terms of the clock times? How much can they give their opponent as a head start?
I think anything below 3 would be pretty shocking. And I actually expect the bids to be closer to 4 minutes on this one. The draw odds is nice. It's definitely nice, and you've got ample chances with black. But still, the time is just so much pressure, and if you imagine 3 minutes versus 5, that's a huge advantage to give to your opponent. So I think I would go for about 4. How about you?
Yeah, I think 4 is the lowest I would feel comfortable with. Back in the day, I've played a couple of Armageddons. This is going back over 10 years now, but I remember that used to be the standard 5 minutes versus 4. And even that was a nail-biting finish, a race against the clock. But it looks like we have the start position for our Armageddon games. And wow, is this looking similar to our last one?
All right, it looks pretty similar. Yes, a bishop in a corner. 2 knights of the same color.
Mm-hmm.
Quite some similarities. We had a position like this also with the B rooks on F1/F8 recently, I think. And the queen where the rook is and the bishop where the queen is, maybe.
Yeah, I'm getting deja vu though.
Today. Yeah.
I'm wondering if lightning has struck and we've got the same position twice out of the 960 we can choose from. But we will get that checked and confirmed.
I suppose that's possible, yeah. Actually, it'd be very easy for me to confirm that. I think I could just click on the last game, no?
Yeah.
And see what their starting position was. Let's see if I permit myself to do that. Boom. You got it.
Yeah, same position. Wow, maybe they're just teasing us.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That can happen. I mean,
we will...
One chance in 960?
Exactly. We'll get this double checked for everyone at home. Just while we await confirmation, I was wondering, David, if we could actually show that final position that Mamedyarov ended up resigning in, because there was quite a cool tactic.
Yeah, we hadn't seen it on the broadcast, and I'd been checking it out in the break actually myself. But I can show you like the last 2 or 3 moves of this game, the lead up to the end. We remember that Nguyen had a pretty active position on the queen side, but it was only in the range of a small advantage for a while. And so they're fighting over the space here on the queen side. Knight b6. Wow. What a move. Attacking the rook and sacking this A pawn, which seemed to be like the key to potential victory eventually. Then he trades and brings knight c4, hitting the rook and e3. That was fantastic. Knight b6 to c4.
Beautiful.
And on knight b4, with a counter threat, he simply takes it. And knight e3 will still take the cake at the end.
Yeah. I mean, nice discovery tactic there, winning the white queen on the c-file. And what a strike back. We talk about having the white pieces having the advantage. Mamedyarov had the extra pawn, extra point even, having won with black, but was held back with the white pieces this time. And this one, I mean, everyone loves Mamedyarov. He's a fan favorite, but Nguyen showing that those qualifiers, they're dangerous. They're in form. They're warmed up.
Yeah, and I think of him as largely a technical player, comfortable in simpler inch-by-inch positions. But we saw him play that game with f5, g5, right, when he needed to in the 15-minute games. And now this game here, he came with a scintillating tactical sequence as well. So it looks like he's prepared to do whatever he needs to do to win this match today.
Yeah, he's the comeback king, Nguyen. And actually, the curiosity of this match, all 4 games have been won by the side with the black pieces. And on that note, hitting Armageddon, having the advantage of the black pieces might be all important. And I think we have the bids. If I can confirm these. It is Nguyen who wins the bid and takes black. He went 4 minutes 27, so not actually that low. But Mamedyarov bidding at 4 minutes 49. Really wanted white, despite that accident with the white pieces in the last game. Is that surprising to you?
I mean, mildly. To me, 4:49 from Mamedyarov, that's very, very high. Anything from 4 minutes to 4:30, I guess, would not surprise me on the bids. And we're seeing also that Pranesh and Nodirbek had bids in that 424, 425-ish range, right? So within reason, 449, yeah, he's really saying, like, I just don't want less time on the clock. It's all about the time on the clock, I think.
Yeah, Mamedyarov getting white, but yeah, he won't have much of a time advantage. In the meantime, you mentioned it there, but Pranesh, Nodirbek, they bid within 1 second of each other, which is always pretty cool. Some kind of hive mind there. But 4 minutes 24, 4 minutes 25. It is Nodirbek to confirm who will take white, will get the 5 minutes, and Pranesh will start with 4 minutes 24. And the games are off. Armageddon time. Let's jump in.
Yeah. And it looks like they are in that same position that they had in the previous game, right?
Looks that way. Crazy.
Yeah. So we do get the 2 games in a row.
Apparently not quite the same. It's almost identical. Lightning nearly striking twice. It's the white queen and the white bishop. Just swapped.
Okay.
The only 2.
Just those 2
pieces.
Okay.
Only difference.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. So C4, D4.
Mm-hmm.
And black's bishops make it to the long diagonals quickly. But knight on E8, not yet sure of its place.
Yep. Looks like a good start to this game for Mamedyarov, partly because he's now ready to castle, partly because he has a slight advantage in the pawn, in space advantage in the center, and can now decide whether to continue stepping forward in the middle or just to get castled or play his trademark G4. But I don't know if that's too threatening right now.
Right. So he changes the pawn structure, goes for a Benoni-esque pawn structure, but with a couple trades already on the board, it's not as worrisome for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, space is less of an issue if you don't have the places, the pieces, even fighting for those squares. So, okay, trying to trade knights as well. Nguyen trying to trade everything.
Yeah. So, folks, just to bear in mind one important thing: they're playing without increment now. This is the first game we've watched in this event without an increment on it. So, just bear in mind, when you run out of time here, you run out of time. It doesn't matter if you've got king and rook against king. Like, if you can't complete it, you can't complete it.
Mm-hmm. Do you think we'll see some flagging? Ruthless
Certainly
flagging.
Possible, right? I mean, that's kind of like the thing about Armageddon.
Yeah. And I don't think we can blame anyone if it comes down to it. They're losing on position and they just need to race. I mean, the clock, full part of this next game, and stakes are high. Remember, everyone, the winner of this will guarantee themselves some prize money by getting to the quarterfinals. Losers get nothing, get eliminated. They do save themselves a bit of time. They will not be in action tomorrow, but yeah, of course, they all want this one. They all want to win. And okay, I'm going to say Mamedyarov, small advantage. Nothing too dramatic though, with his extra space.
Yeah, I like this maneuver of the knight over to d6 because it deals with perhaps knight b5 bothering us. So I think the main question is whether white can go e4, e5.
Whoa.
Oh, he fears e5, and indeed that was Nguyen's plan.
Mm. Happens anyway, and he really wants that big clamp. He really wants the space, Mamedyarov. G4
yeah,
now,
I
maybe?
kind of wanted to play e4 for black last move, but it allows f6 from white, damaging the structure.
Mm-hmm.
Now I would 100% play e4 for black. No question.
Me too. Even if you lose that pawn, like, you get squares in return. You get a rook on the e-file.
Yeah, we just need some squares.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Goes for it.
It's been played. Black will probably play for, I was going to say play for a6, b5 at some point, but first he uses his rooks to defend. And maybe just a very quick peek in on the other game. We will be focusing because there's not too much time in this sudden death finish, but h4 played. Mamedyarov clearly going for a kingside attack. The other game is also about the dance of the knights in the center. And it looks like Abdusattorov, not the best start on the board. Also down on the clock with white. So Pranesh, quicker, playing maybe a bit better as well right now in the
Yeah, I
other
don't
game.
know if I'm safe to click between
Hmm.
the games here.
Okay, this is
I guess
dramatic
we are.
stuff. It's a pin. Wow, and there's a checkmate on e1 if the white knight moves, if the rooks get traded off.
Oh, it's not your standard pin here on the c file. Let's put the knight on d5, attacking the queen, and play rook c2, leaving the queen hanging. And if the opponent trades, of course, we're not winning a piece on the c file.
Hmm.
Well, I guess we are after queen f1.
Yep, queen trade, and the rook drops. Huge blunder from Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and look at the clock as well. He's down by a whole minute. Nodirbek, who was in the last Grand Slam in Weissenhaus, looks unlikely to make it to Paris, David. Queen b4. Pranesh is just so tactically sharp, and it's not just everyday tactics, it's these deep, these back rankers, these tricky tactics. He's so good.
White must have been focused on the d pawn and just didn't spot the e1 square on the last move.
Yeah.
Incredible. I mean, this would be the upset of the round to me. I mean, Nodirbek, I would think the strongest player in this entire 16-player bracket.
Yeah.
Pranesh, qualifier, perhaps the lowest rated player in the entire bracket. Has Nodirbek found anything to keep the game going?
Maybe.
Knight c4?
Now the black knights are tied to each other, and rook takes c3 might happen. He's back in it. Just to rewind, by the way, there was a knight e2 tactic, I think, winning on the spot for Pranesh, but he might have missed it after knight takes c3, the queen coming back.
c3, queen d3, and here he had knight e2. Oh my gosh, David, yes. And then after queen e2, you trade everything, and you get the checkmate on e1 again. Wow.
I mean,
okay, it went too fast. Instead, he supported his extra piece. White cut him off with knight c4. He's going to sack an exchange to keep the knights alive, but they're going to remain tied up. So there's some technical difficulties for black here. And honestly, even in an endgame, the knights wouldn't necessarily beat the rook. So he's got to find more tactics if he wants to win this game.
But again, there's some knight e2 funny business coming in. Pranesh has got the piece.
Oh, because rook c3, queen e1.
Yeah. And he just needs to draw Pranesh, remember. So as long as he doesn't blunder anything away, as long as he keeps his rook on a defended square, rook c5 maybe.
He can move the rook away anywhere on the 8th rank as well because of rook c3, queen e1, right? That would have been perhaps the easiest.
That would have been even better. But he can bring his rook back to c8 now. No harm done.
Yeah.
And his draw is enough for him. He repeats the position. Extra knight.
Oh, he can repeat, huh? He's got black.
He's got black. A draw is enough.
Okay, now knight e4 is not enough. Rook c5, knight c5, queen c8.
Oh,
so he heads towards the king. Boom!
Oh, rook takes c5. There was queen g1 checkmate. He spotted all of these tactics. He's just going to take on e3. Extra piece. This is almost over.
And defending the rook, and the knight can come to f4. Oof, as you say, Pranesh, not one to miss a lot of tactics.
Yeah. So quick too. Oh, there's going to be knight f1.
Knight f1 looks good enough.
Oh yeah, it is just.
Yeah, he's allowing queen c8, queen f5, but he doesn't. Yeah. He doesn't care. He's just Armageddoning this thing.
It took me a second. I was like, wait, he's blundered the win away, but of course, a draw enough. And we're going to see that play out. There we go.
Yeah.
Pranesh is through to the quarterfinals.
That's the end. Wow. Tremendous upset, folks. Tremendous upset. We got to keep going. We've got this rook endgame here, and Mamedyarev's king on c7 looks powerful.
Yeah, it's a race against the clock, though. Both down to their last 35 seconds. Mamedyarov is winning. His pawn is running through to promote.
Oh, that's done.
And Nguyen resigns. Mamedyarov makes it through. Heartbreak for the Vietnamese player here and his fans. Wow. Experience.
Yeah.
Takes it.
Incredible. So let's see how the bracket looks with these two players coming through, Mamedyarov and the qualifier Pranesh, added to our quarterfinals. Wow. That's going to bring up some new matchups. Let's see who Pranesh is up against next round.
And for Pranesh, Yeah, it's an Indian derby. His reward for taking down Nodirbek is to play Vidit in the next round. And Amin Tabatabai will play Lenia Dominguez. Ralph Mamadov will play Liam Le, who won in those blitz tiebreaks earlier. And Mamadjarov against Richard Rapport. That is going to be a fun one to watch. That is quarterfinal lineup, David. And we're going to go to a short break now to catch our breath. We're going to get some snacks, recover. But the quarterfinals are on the other side of this break. So don't go anywhere for too long. We'll be back very shortly. See you soon.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being terrible and 10 being very good, how good of a human being are you think?
6. True.
And me? Give me a number.
8. You want a 10? True.
Wow! You think I'm like a better human being than you?
Yeah.
Oh my
You're
god, you're
well-rounded.
so wrong. Wow.
Which makes him a better human being than you.
Case in point. Case in point. Case in point. No, way better. I mean, the answers, they shock me. It's just the dancing that's his weakness, to be honest. Do you believe in destiny?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, he does.
Do you believe in afterlife?
Yeah.
Yes, he also does that.
I'm
Wow.
from India and I'm in the
Yeah, no, but you're like,
I've not lied for a long time, no?
no, you were like total confession mode. Yeah, you gave up. Yeah, you started to chill.
Only the dancing thing.
Yeah,
Actually, that was also truth.
No, it was true.
It just came out as a
Would
lie.
you rather go back to when you were 7-year-old and start all over, or would you keep your life as is right now?
Do I have the wisdom?
No, you just go back and restart. Like you just go back to that moment with no extra information, just again restart. Just
No, I'll stay where I am. I think I did good.
True.
But if I have the wisdom, then I'll go back.
no, it's not fair. So, are you happy?
Borderline. No, not really.
Also true.
What makes you unhappy? What is missing then?
Just that I'm not where I should be.
Is that to do with the professional chess career?
Yeah, professional chess career.
True.
Uh-huh. Do you believe you still have a chance to become a world chess champion?
No.
Yeah, I think he's truthful about that.
Do you think you will ever be Indian #1 again?
Yeah.
Also true.
Rating is easier than candidates in world championships.
But there are a lot of kids.
I know, but
There's
still.
a lot of them. Wow.
But world championship is a lost cause.
But it's good. Good.
It's too complicated.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Knockout Day here at the play-ins for the Paris Freestyle Grand Slam. It's quarterfinal time. I'm David Howell, I'm joined by David Bruce, and we've had a lot of action so far, David, today. We're only halfway, still plenty ahead.
Yeah, it was a lot, and to think we have all that coming again today and then 2 times that tomorrow, it's a lot of exciting chess. Great games. We're going to get a little bit of a chance to catch our breath after Armageddon. We're going to move back to our 15-minute plus 3-second time control. The players will hopefully settle into that time control as well, and bring the quality back up a little bit at the expense of speed. You have to be able to keep making that adjustment as one of the players. Very tough, I think, to switch between time controls.
Yeah, as we've seen, we saw some big mistakes from some of the favorites. We started today with 16 players. We are now down to just 8. And remember, everyone, for those of you just joining us, it's only one at the end of tomorrow, the winner of the final, who will qualify for Paris. And these are the 8 players we're left with. It's going to be one of these 8. And Pranesh, the underdog, the surprise package so far, qualifying yesterday, David, but showing that he deserves a spot here.
To qualify yesterday, he had to beat Amin in the last round. It was a must-win game against somebody who had not lost any games up to that point. I think he even had black in that game. And now and then he got paired with like the toughest guy out there, Abdusattorov. He wins that match. Biggest upset of the first round here. But I will notice, I think 3 of our 4 qualifiers have advanced against players who are invited for supposedly having greater stature in the chess world than them. So 3 qualifiers advancing speaks, it's a pattern. We had that also last time. It speaks to the value of getting in that extra practice playing the Swiss on Wednesday.
Yeah, it was nearly 4 qualifiers, all 4 making it close, but Nguyen there losing in the Armageddon just before our break. But I'm looking forward to Pranesh against Vidit, the all-Indian battle there, the derby. But also that game at the bottom on our screens, Shakir Mamadjarov against Richard Rapport. I know, right. 2 big fan favorites, and anything could happen in that encounter.
Creativity versus creativity on that matchup. Yeah, really big. And I looked at the last game between Mamadjarov and Nguyen in the break, and it was decided by a very subtle mistake in a rook and pawn ending. I think I'm going to grab that position, use it as a puzzle for my students in the future, but it was a very small slip in a rook endgame that decided it. So even under the conditions of Armageddon and all that pressure, very, very close match, very few mistakes. Only one that I could find.
I'm going to be checking that out later today. Everyone, you can see the games that have been played, of course, on Chess.com. But Mamadjarov looking very calm on the camera, maybe trying to catch his breath as well. He's been playing non-stop chess for the last 3 hours, but he'll have to bring his best now. And the 2 Indian stars here, Pranesh and Vidit.
Right. Looking to join Gukesh and Prague and Aragaisi in Paris. I mean, that would be a third of the field would be Indian if one of these guys can make it through. Right now, it's a quarter of the field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Indian contingent. I think we're just becoming used to that now. The Indians doing so well. We saw the World Junior Championship, of course, won by an Indian player. Aravind now has joined the World Top 20. It feels like their era. And at least one Indian player is guaranteed to be in the semifinals. That's the upside for Indian fans.
Yeah. Yeah, and have you watched much of Pranesh's play? Do you feel like this guy is a future super grandmaster?
He could well be, right? I mean, he's definitely tactically sharper than a lot of super grandmasters, I'm going to say, David. So if he can put things together, I mean, in classical chess, of course, it's totally different, but something about his tactical style seems to be well suited to 960, to Fischer random chess. So yeah, if he keeps playing like this, I mean, the sky's the limit, right?
Right. Yeah, I think it's partly a question of work ethic at that point, right? If you have that tactical talent, then it's a question of, can you do the work to raise every other level of your game there, right? Do you have the patience? for that grind.
Yeah, there's a lot of ingredients that go into kind of these world-class players. Patience, definitely one of them. We will soon see the start position. Here we go. The fresh new starting position of this next game. For those of you just joining us, we do shuffle things up before each encounter to keep the players on their toes. And what do you make of this position? I see at least one undefended pawn. B2, B7.
Yeah. Shuffle it up. B2, B7. Weak pawns there. I see like a potential tangle on the queen side. That's one of the first things that strikes me here, David, is you want to get the bishop out from B1, right? But sometimes the knight on A1 that needs to go to B3 or C2, the knight on C1 that has to go to B3 or D3, you can get a little tangled with those three minor pieces. And, you know, some players might be more or less efficient with sorting that out. It could cost someone a tempo or just an awkward position.
Yeah, and how about the other side of the board, the royal side with the king and queen? How are you envisaging?
The other side, the royal side, you'd expect the king to castle there. And so I would just be a little careful how I get the bishop on G1 out in terms of thinking of what kind of weaknesses do I want around my king. But perhaps we'll see players castle to the other side to not worry about them, to be able to move the pawns freely on the royal side, so to speak. And actually a single knight move from C1 is enough that we can castle the long side and then later sort out the other minor pieces there, the confusing ones.
The minor side, the major side, which way to castle for the king.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. The bishops, I mean, the symmetry of the bishops, G1, B1, G8, B8, that could cause some confusion as well on the diagonals, potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting start position. Something a bit alien. We've seen some positions almost repeat themselves in the last few rounds, but this one a bit fresh.
Right. I mean, you could start with a move like F4, opening the queen and the bishop, right? But then you're leaning a little bit away from castling to that side already, but you could start like that. And you could also, on the other hand, get like a very conservative start, like pawn to C3. You know, and
on my alley.
Yeah, Alexander Yermolinsky, you know, used to be a very solid player in chess, and so he was once playing in a tournament against an opponent. He came to the game, and instead of playing 1d4 on move 1 like he usually did, he played 1c3 on the first move. And his opponent, I think it was maybe Dreyev, it was another, you know, Soviet grandmaster, you know, actually spoke to him, which normally you don't talk during a game, but every now and then, you know, there's some funny situations where it's okay if you know each other and so forth. So he plays c3, and the other player looks up at him and goes, looking unusually solid today.
I mean, yeah, every player has their style, right? And nice to mix things up or kind of hammer home to your opponent what your intentions are. In the meantime, we see all 4 games have started, and okay, only 2 of them have played e4. The others f4, d4. We see a Karukan on the red board, e4 followed by c6.
Yeah,
modest approach.
One bird's opening, one player going Pranesh, going for this f4 move. The other players, you know, e4, d4, you know, starting off in the center, staking out some territory there.
Can't blame them. Early days, of course. Pranesh playing very ambitiously, I've got to say. Already creating the first threat, bringing his queen out. Again, something we've learned is that you don't want to leave your queen stuck for too long in Fischer Random Chess Freestyle. Liam, wow, actually the bar shoots up after that last move. Should we check that out? Is there something dramatic going on? Pranesh against Vidit.
Yeah, we can try and check that out. I'll just mention one thing about this bird's eye view that struck me as well was 2 players thinking on their first moves at great lengths, right? Mamedyarov and Dominguez just thinking forever. And Dominguez, it was because he was going to play, I don't even know what d4, e5, the England gambit? What? He was aiming at queen b4 check. So yeah, he was looking into something deep.
Wow, and it looks like he got an advantage with black after one move, after two moves even maybe. That is crazy.
Wow.
Dominguez.
He tried to straight up refute 1d4. Crazy. Meanwhile, you said Pranesh had some kind of an advantage already going here, huh? With his birds opening.
Mm-hmm.
Early queen into the center. Queen f3.
E4 coming. Maybe just opening things up. The black bishop on g8, a bit neglected so far in the game.
Yeah, I would expect it to go to h7. Kind of like, against the birds opening. We don't see it much now, but at some point long ago, before people settled on e4 and d4, against the birds opening, people had figured out that a London system for black was a reasonable option. And then they would play h6 with the bishop on f5. And here, Vidit can get something pretty similar.
Oh, looking very sensible to push the h pawn. There we go, as predicted. Nice call. And now, do you expect him to take in the center and try and pin that e pawn? Or
yeah, I think he'll probably take once and then play bishop h7, because if he played bishop h7 without trading, white could have advanced e5 and grabbed a space advantage with a more locked board. So yeah, so here we are. That said, white's position does look distinctly freer than black's. Even the move knight c5 looks like it could be annoying pretty early on because of this b7 pawn, which is a little bit sensitive.
Even bishop c5 sometimes.
Yeah.
Some tactics. Knight e2 would be a good way to protect the bishop on b1.
The saving grace for black is kind of that this e5 move is hard for white to play. And, even if you play something like knight d3, you just drop the pawn on e4. So it's not obvious what the next step is for white here, right?
Bishop c5.
Okay, he develops the bishop to c5.
Of course, my suggestion gets a question mark. Whoops.
Your kind of idea. Yeah, I wouldn't take those things too seriously,
Won't take it personally.
Looks fine.
Yeah, and
fine.
Just to mention, the idea is that after b6, if black ever decides to kick away that bishop, the black knight on a8, looking like a bit of a target, first of all, but also very much trapped.
The interface won't even let me play such an ugly move. Vidit got castled before I could execute it. But yeah, b6 would kill these two pieces, like David said. So black gets castled, white gets castled, space advantage, and the awkward queenside pieces, right? Hard to figure them out a little bit here.
Yeah,
eventually white will threaten e5. Black's
exactly.
got to be ready for that day.
One more move, knight e2, and that is a huge threat. Hard to deal with. Just protecting the bishop on b1. Okay. Looking good for Pranesh yet again, not for the first time today, playing very well in the opening. Should we zoom out just for a moment to see what's going on?
I have one question for you about this position as we zoom out. Is what do you think of e5 for Vidit as a way of dealing with white's idea of e5? Can he do that, or does he not have the piece support?
Yeah, that's the green board now, the one we just came out of. I agree. I think e5 might be necessary at some point, essentially, but white will block, I guess, with f5 and argue that the bishop on h7 is not too happy in the short term.
So it won't solve all problems, but it might be a way to keep defending.
It's just exchanging one problem for another. But okay, the other boards, the purple board did catch my eye. Just these early rook sorties are just, they keep cropping up.
Right, rook on d4, hoping to end up on e4, but I don't think that Dominguez will trade on e4 for Amin here. We've got the queens and kings lined up, so it's quite an early conflagration on the open files.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Mamedov against Liamle is still very early days, only 4 moves in over there, and Rapport against Mamedov looking very positional. Creative geniuses, not yet able to get anything too dramatic on the board. Feels like we chose well. Pranesh against Vidit, the green board, still the most dramatic so far, but I'll give the power to you, David. Which game do you want to jump into?
I think we could look at the Dominguez game for a second to switch things up. See what's going on with this battle on the E file and also on the D file, I guess, at the same time. Both players probably wishing they had knights on, G1 to just hop into F3, F6, normal squares. You want to up the pressure when you see these E4, D5 pawns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at the knight on A1 and you're like, well, that guy's not going to increase the pressure.
It does jump in though, and it feels like an awkward standoff. Neither side wants to trade off on their opponent's terms.
Yeah, but I feel like in this position, if I could put a knight on C3, that would just feel so natural and powerful. Like, boom, we hit D5, defend E4. Okay, knight B3, knight B6. So I guess white needs to get cast. Both players probably feeling some need to get castled. Normally queen h5 check is an issue in chess, but here there's a bishop that comes to f7 and says, please develop me.
Mm. Yeah, and how does white get castled? You can no longer go to the minor side, to the pieces where the knights sit. The white rook has moved, so it has to be short side. So is it f3? Get the bishop out. It's so time consuming though.
I think it might be f3, because if you try to go h3, which honestly would be like a better diagonal for your bishop, a healthier kingside pawn formation to my eyes, after c6, just kind of cutting you off, I don't see where you're going from there.
Yeah, nowhere. That's the answer.
So f3 or possibly f4 if you wanted to get jiggier, but I think it wouldn't help white very much.
Mm-hmm.
I think f4, c6, and you would just say, yeah, I'm not winning control of f4 and e5 here.
Yeah, if only black had left the knight on a8, that whole diagonal h1 to a8 would be occupied right now.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why I see these things, but odd pawn structure. Very tense in the center right now.
Very Karo Khan. Very fantasy variation Karo Khan.
Exactly. Very fantastical, this position.
Yeah. And strangely, white doesn't want to take on d5 and just bring a black piece there and get symmetry. Black doesn't want to take on e4 and lose the queen. So the tension is sitting here for a long time. And I don't really see a way for either player to kind of convince the other player to budge.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what I always look for when I see pawn tension. I never want to be the one trading.
Yeah.
But I also look for ways to try and convince my opponent that they should trade. Put on some pressure, get them to open the door to the center for my pieces.
Yeah, just give them a wink, a nudge. Just be like, go on, after you. You want to. And bishop f2. I'm expecting actually bishop f7 and both sides to castle and the waiting game to continue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, shall we?
For black's side, you might think you could somehow use a tempo on the rook to gain some kind of upper hand.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see anything particularly dramatic. If you tag the rook with bishop e5, it drops back. If you do something more elaborate with the knight to d6 and b5, it drops back. And there's not really any follow-up. So it seems like things are actually solid for both players here, despite that tension.
Yeah, solid, and could become very symmetrical. Maybe we zoom out for now and go to our bird's eye view, because there is action happening elsewhere. Very level position here.
I think we're going to want to probably find our way back around to the first game we picked between Pranesh and Vidit when we get a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Mamedyarov with that knight outpost on d4 looks like he's doing okay despite the backward d7 pawn.
Oh, you've been at the purple board to Batabai against Dominguez. Our red board, Ralph Mamedov with a little bit more space than Liam Le. Nothing too dramatic, but maybe slightly easier to play for white on that red board. And the green board is definitely where the action's happening. And there's just been some exchanges, some dancing of the knights, some odd maneuvers, I've got to say. So maybe we jump in there. We refine our way, as you mentioned.
So Vidit allowed e5 from white. But what he's done is he somehow untangled that queen side and dealt with the bishop on c5 that was bothering him. And I think we might want to go back a few moves and see how that happened after both players had castled. Some fans of the game have told me that they really appreciate anytime you come back to a game, if possible, to see the moves that they just missed so they can understand the flow of the game. So I'm going to do that here since it won't take too long. Looks like Pranesh played an aggressive move going after b7. My fault. It gets a question mark. I'd been thinking in that direction. And knight a4 starting to uncoil the queen side. And then the bishop on a3 is off to the side.
Yeah. Could he
I wonder if white had not thought this was possible because of b3. Chasing the knight off the defense. But
then black has moves like queen to c7, I guess, hitting the white knight on the edge of the board. Some counterattacks.
Right. Maybe that was like the key trick to this.
Maybe that's better.
This game, yeah.
Or maybe knight to b5 after b3 anyway, just as later happened in the game.
Or knight b5 going after these squares. Yeah. So that's Vidit again, like finding new squares for the knights that I don't see coming. So c5 exclam, knight comes to b5, and now white's knights are kind of cutting off each other's retreat. The bishop on a3 is looking miserable. There's maybe knight a takes c3 to win a pawn at some point. So here he played e5, black took, traded, played it very simple just for the d file. And I guess the knight on a5, it has cut off all its retreat, so it's saying I'm going to pressure b7, and if you ever move b7, I'll be great on c6.
Yeah, and wow, the blue arrow highlights what black's best move is, and it is duly found by Vidit. I was going to say, that's actually quite a difficult one, switching attention. It would have been easy to double rooks on the open d file.
Yeah, I thought autopilot was, rook d7, rook d8, but he does not overlook the bishop on b8, which would have nothing to do with the rook d8 plan. I mean, it would just sit there and it would be hard to say it's any better than the knight on a5. Instead, he switches direction away from the knight on a5.
Yeah. And it's a bit weakening. Black's pawn structure not great with the isolated e-pawn, but opening up pieces is kind of the number one priority in Fischer Random Chess. So it's become clear that pawn structure, a bit of a secondary issue often. That bishop now suddenly becoming very strong. Sitting on b8, pressure against f4.
Yeah. My friend Jesse has this phrase. He says, pawns aren't people, by which he's saying like the pieces are more important than the pawns.
Pawns aren't people. Wow. I mean, he's got some great sayings, I've got to say. Like, I really like some of his idioms, his chess, his thinking, his unique way of thinking about chess. He told me something.
Gets the queen off the rook, right? It makes sense. Gets adorned with the orange.
Okay. Black needs to get that bishop out somehow. Queen f7 looks
like
good.
Queen f7, trying to get the bishop through this square here.
c5 is probably not an issue. Okay, he plays e5. I was going to say this is interesting, breaking out by brute force.
Yeah. Crashing through. White has options to play like rook b to e1.
Yeah.
They want to hold the tension. But I'm super not a fan of anything like f5, where black gets to just play e4, opening up the bishop and taking more space. But if white doesn't like fe bishop e5, threatening bishop d4 and bishop h2, if white doesn't like that, then I guess rook b e1 is the other defense Pranesh could consider here.
I was just going to say, e5's clever. There's a secondary motif. It's not just trying to break open the bishop. It's covering c6. So now b6 is going to trap that white knight on a5, which is, a bit of a sneaky threat, potentially b6. And, the 6th rank has opened up. Did it?
Oh, yeah. It's definitely sneaky. I didn't see it.
Yeah, me neither. I thought e5 was refuted by rook b e1 originally, but Suddenly the white knights just look terrible on the edge of the board. That's just game over.
Goodbye to that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so fe5, bishop e5, that's also going to leave us facing down the barrel of your b6 threat, right? As well as bishop d4 and bishop h2. So he finally chooses e4. Is b6 possible here? I mean, I was very happy with e4, but e6?
I like your e4. b6, maybe the one downside is that knight to d2, and there's still a pin on the b file. Just to maybe show that. And yeah, the black bishop, once that's released and once that's protected, it's more of a fight. Knight d2 coming to e4.
Right.
Yeah, this is...
So, I mean, I don't know how much Vidit looked into that, but he played e4 relatively quickly, and I imagine he's pretty happy with this position. Pranesh looks concerned.
Mm-hmm. Understandably.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight d2 now doesn't look so appealing because of moves like bishop to e5, among others.
Yeah, I mean, black's
Or
all
queen
over the
d6.
board. You know, there's rook d3, knight c3 possible as well. Like, every piece could converge here.
Mm-hmm. Queen e5. Plenty of ideas.
Yeah. Queen e5, maybe forcing g3 and then just taking a pawn on f5. Rook b e1. One option here.
Then b6 again. Now that there's no ideas against the black bishop on b8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye knight.
Yeah. In the meantime, this looking very good for Vidit. Let's zoom out and go to the game of Shakira Mamadyarov, which looks like it's heating up very nicely. Shak, of course, coming through in that Armageddon. Didn't get much of a break. Now facing Richard Rapport. That's his reward. And looks like he's doing very well. Bishop to a3. He had trapped something. Is it the white queen? He can take that rook on c1 as well at will. Up material, David.
Yeah. Yeah, he gains a bit of material. Still work to be done. White has knight d5 and a pawn for the exchange with the bishop pair still intact. Mm-hmm. But, you know, the A and C pawns don't look amazing. And if black can put some pressure on them, then the exchange will be felt.
Yeah.
Avoid knight d5, knight b6, which would have happened if you played rook c8, just looking straight at the pawn.
A3 lands. This just looks like a great positional game from Mamadyarov. Just getting his knight on d4. You mentioned it earlier, just he got his knight on a nice square, and ever since he's been able to open up the queen side very nicely.
Yeah, and now he's got the A pawn definitely looking pretty anemic. Bishop on b1, not amazing. And white's got to carefully cover the dark squares on the queen side with this knight on d3. Mm-hmm. So black looking pretty good. h3 gets rid of some back rank motifs. And now the question comes, you know, how should Shak improve things further from here?
Yeah, not easy to find an immediate breakthrough. But Mamadyarov with the extra exchange here, rook for bishop and pawn. Yeah, improving those minor pieces might be the next step, or doubling on the b file, for example, rook b7, rook b8, that type of thing comes to mind.
Yeah, we could try and victimize that bishop on b1, right? If it's not clear how to improve the knight and bishop, because I think going like knight c5 is a little bit messy with our outpost on d4, but that would be the other direction you could look in this game. So he's going to double on the b file, and yeah, good use of the extra exchange.
Yeah, rooks on open files. Sounds simple. Looking good for Mamadyarov. Maybe we zoom out to the bird's eye view just for now.
Check in. Indeed. So we think a huge advantage for Vidit and for Mamadyarov. So let's look at the boards in the middle for a second, purple and red.
It looks like the
symmetrical pawn structure between Amin and Lanier, and queens off the board, very solid, other than the threat to b2.
Yeah, that's the purple board. Maybe we jump in on that one. The red board, Mamedov against Liam Lay. Opposite color bishops. Yes, there are queens, but looking very level. Assuming there's no blunders from either side. Should
fizzle
out.
Their kings are going to be a little bit opened on the diagonals, right? So it'll probably be a little sharp for them to navigate.
For the next few moves.
You want me to go to Amin and Lanier and see what the remedy is for this pawn on b2?
Or whether it can just be captured right now, right here, right now, allowing a check. But
right, like what is white threatening? Last move, rook e1. Suggests that white just had no way to defend the pawn, period.
Yeah. Can black still castle? Is that legal still?
I imagine, but I'll confirm by trying to do it.
Yep. There we go.
Allowed.
Maybe the downside
the
is...
seemed to somehow say it wasn't good, which is hard to imagine. But
c5, maybe. The white knight coming in.
Okay, yeah, if we can't defend b2, let's attack b7. And after knight c5, there will be a threat of knight d7 against the rook on f8. So look at that from Lanier.
Classy guy. Classy move.
He was going deep. He thought a bit on this move, and he went deep. Not castles, not knight b2. He leaves the discovered check available and just dominates the knight on b3.
That's it. That's the name of the game. Fischer Random Chess. It's easy when you think about it, but just dominating one piece is often enough for a big advantage. White's knight on b3 stuck. c5 is also going to be a handy move up your sleeve later. White saves the pawn. The black king has to move. Sorry, I've just dropped my mouse. Go on, David.
Yeah, now we could defend the pawn if that's our speed.
Drop the pawn, not the mouse. That's the key. That's the key motto here. Yeah. Rook e2, but then black plays c5 and makes at least two pieces bad.
Yeah. All my pieces would be so bad, I would probably just give you one of them.
And just take on c5.
Yeah, I'm pretty cavalier about that stuff. Well, I mean, when I get angry enough at my own pieces, it's kind of like getting mad at yourself, right? But
yeah, hard to avoid those feelings.
Yeah.
Ooh, it looks like
this is taking the brunt of it.
Vidit is just wrapping up the win. If we zoom out to the bird's eye view, just for now. Okay, there we go. The final move. That green board is over. Vidit skewering the white king and queen at the end of that game to take the point.
Quite a gory final position with that skewer on top of the fact that he was already up like an exchange and a pawn, and the white pieces were all prostrate.
Yeah.
Oof.
When it rains, it pours. Okay. The two boards in the middle looking roughly balanced, although Dominguez maybe with a slight advantage. And Rapport against Mamedov looks like the place we might see blood in the next few moves.
Yeah, I mean, especially the queens off the board on that red board, right, between Mamedov and Liam. That game looks like it might be the rare occurrence, a draw in Fischer Random. But Mamedov's bringing things to a head here with knight c5 with a bunch of trades possible.
Yeah, which one to take though? Do you take knight? Do you take the bishop?
I think he's calculating knight d3 and rook b1 and dd4. So.
Yeah, that's the pitfall of speed chess though. When you have too many nice options, and then you find yourself down at 1 minute because you've been kind of picking between 4 or 5 very strong moves. You'll want to keep things simple if you can.
Normally, I would just want to leave white with the bishop on b1, so I'd play something very simple like e takes d4. But if you've got some time to calculate, I guess we could look at rook b1, and say that just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Get that out of the way, and then I would play ed4.
Yeah, I'd play knight takes d3 probably, but I think they should.
What's the reasoning for that?
I don't know. It just looks like it's easier to get in now with the rook to b1, maybe rook to b2, depending on where the white bishop moves.
Okay, so you're ensuring even more trades.
Yeah, but I did see the bar slightly moved up, so maybe e takes d4 was slightly the better option. But I think here it is a case of everything being quite strong.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing is in a game, sometimes you know if it makes a difference or not, and then you want to conserve your time if you feel like they're both pretty similarly good.
Yeah. And would you take that knight now just to get it off the board, or would you just immediately try to enter white's position now by bringing the black rooks in?
I mean, I kind of was convinced by your idea of rook b1 trading more pieces.
Yeah.
But then I think rook b1, rook b1, rook b1, queen a5, and I'm freaking out.
Yeah, same. Probably fine, but rook b2 is good.
Maybe keep some more control. If I already had a tempo where I'd played h5 earlier in the game just as a small improvement, I might have gone for your rook b1. As it is, I'm thinking this rook b2 looks pretty nice with the idea of queen d2 or queen e2, and if we get queens off, then I'm pretty safe, and I can just keep piling up on the second rank.
Yeah.
Hopefully increase my advantage.
I was expecting the white bishop to go to a1 actually to stop the rook coming to b2, but then rook b1 probably was very strong, so he's found the second rank. And okay, rep board coming around to f5.
Yeah, looking for some counterplay on these slightly sensitive dark squares, d6 and g7. If black played g6, then there's rook d1, queen c2, I guess.
Queen something too. Queen e2.
Or queen e2, yeah. So he does go for it. He just tries to solve the problem right away, does shock and kick the knight away from his d-pawn.
Yeah, looks tough for white. And we won't jump to this one, but just an update for everyone. Mamedov against Liam Lei, as expected. Opposite color bishops, leading to a draw, confirmed.
Yeah.
So
very reasonable. Knight goes to h6. So it's going to come next to g4 and poke the f6 square. White has to just continually try and find some little nagging problems to throw at black. The bishop can get to h4 as well to go after this square. So it could be a small weakness for black, but black just kind of wants to play, queen e2, queen d2 and wrap things up, no?
Yeah, or maybe he's thinking rook e2, the other rook into b2.
Ooh, tempting to just to just win heavy material.
Again, he's got too many good moves. That's the problem for Mamedyarov.
Yeah, he's just got to pick one on instinct and then calculate it and make sure there's nothing wrong with it. Rook e2, queen f1, rook 8 to b2.
Ooh, rook c3. Oh, that's a surprise. Maybe now queen d2. Play it safe.
Yeah, that is safe.
Or you could take on e1 and after the queens disappear, then go back to e2. Get a bit of time.
Yeah. And then if knight g4, you have h5 or f5. You just have to calculate that move. If king g1, you have rook b1. That looks pretty good.
Pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he plays queen d2.
It's kind of similar, but with the white rook not menacing the d6 pawn.
Yeah.
We're still going after the second rank.
And white gets one tempo after a trade of queens to play bishop e3 and not yet get skewered or kebabbed or whatever you want to call it on the second rank. But
yeah. Yeah. Maybe if you're going to get tempoed, you get rid of the a pawn while you're giving a tempo.
Okay, c5. The question is whether you trade that off or whether you come into b2 and try to deliver checkmate.
Right, rook b2, c6, rook g2. Who wants to calculate that when they've got no time? I mean, you can just put a rook on c2 at any point. Should be okay.
Yeah. Bishop e6. How about that one to try and take on h3 once you've done your rook takes g2 stuff and make some mating nets?
I might have atrocious technique, but my pace is something like rook c8 in this position.
Oh,
Just
nice.
just
I like
controlling
it.
things.
You know your audience. Okay, rook b3 instead. Wow, that's a bit of an odd one. Okay, take on
So
d6.
yeah, basically it's a very conservative move, right?
Mm-hmm.
He reduces his advantage by like a full pawn to trade off a piece. And now he still has to do the work, right? He has to do the 80 moves of work, but he doesn't have to calculate any counterplay.
True. It's nice to know that age gets to all of us, even Mamadjarov. Even for an attacking creative genius like him. Get the queens off.
So white decides to post the bishop on c7 to anchor the d6 pawn, and since you control d8, black has to sort of be maximum vigilance over the d7 square.
Mm-hmm. And now d6 not yet threatened because bishop c5 would save the day, but king g7 is the threat first, so I'm expecting the pawn to be defended.
Right.
And now question is f5. Does that trap the
f5
knight?
or king g7, right?
Yeah.
f5 looks attractive.
But then maybe black takes on f5. Oh, white takes on f5 once, and d7 take on e5.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is this winning
So he
though?
just plays the straightforward continuation, forces a trade, brings the king to e6, but he's played so many safe moves that it's really not clear where he's going to break through, right? Trading for the bishop for the knight, it's a simplifying move again, but again, it reduces your material for winning.
Mm-hmm. Both sides under 1 minute. Yeah, he's played it very, very safe. Just to mention, there is one game ongoing. Tabatabai against Dominguez looks very level, although the players are low on time. We'll update you if and when anything happens. It looks like the player's about to repeat, so we'll stay here for now. Bishop d8, that's clever. Mm-hmm. I think he might have blown it somehow, David. Like, I think he played a bit too safe, as you mentioned. Just forgot to clean up that d pawn. Get rid of it.
Yeah. If the d pawn were gone, by the way, folks, that would free up the black king to voyage to f1. The position would probably be technically winning without the d pawn. I suppose, as it is, you could leave the rook on the d file and still go on an adventure with your king. You would just have to first trade a bunch of pawns with f5, right? So there's not a ton left to win with for black.
Yeah. The white bishop keeping the black king honest. Okay, he's coming around to try and trade off this set of pawns.
Okay, I get it. If he trades the h pawn for white's g pawn, then when he plays f5, he's left with e and f pawns instead of e and h pawns. But Richard reacts very aggressively with this e takes f5, g6, gets himself another pass pawn to keep the black pieces occupied.
You gotta be a bit careful here. Like g7, rook to g8. Assuming there's a trade on e4, white can lock in that black rook with a move like bishop to f8, and suddenly things could turn. But he goes in with his king instead. Okay,
right. I mean, that would have been a winning attempt because the white king is in the box of the e4 pawn. If white played g7, bishop f8, with the idea of bringing your king to black's e pawn, white might win.
Yeah, but he's chosen another way. Mamadjarov should take that pawn, and now he's blown it. Apparently, the white king is coming.
Bishop h4, and the g pawn's just winning here.
Oh my gosh! Mamadjarov.
Wow, I see report coming alive here on the camera.
He's so creative, even in endgames. That was study like that win for white. King g5, setting a trap.
Yeah. And now the d pawn deflects the black king from defending f7, because if he played king h7, black would have king f7, cleaning up the g pawn with rook g7 check.
Miracle defense from Rapport, and he full turnaround. In the meantime, this game we see on the cameras has just been drawn. So 2 draws out of the 4 in the quarterfinals. Wow, David, I'm catching my breath, but let's
Yeah,
update
the
ourselves.
magnitude of that collapse from Mamedyarov was like immense for this level of play, because I have to tell you, if Rapport walked away from that game with half a point, I mean, he would have been counting his lucky stars. That would have been a miracle on its own. And for him to get the full point, oh my goodness, Mamedyarov is going to have to pull himself together for the second game. That is quite a reverse.
Yeah, psychologically a crushing defeat there for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov from a totally winning position for most of that game. In the meantime, 2 draws we see in the middle there. Ralph Mamedov and Liam Lay. Draw also with Amin Tabatabai and Lenia Dominguez. And we saw Vidit with a very, very impressive win early on against Pranesh.
Yeah, he really took control of that game. And he's going to have the white pieces in the second game. So Pranesh is definitely in danger once again, needing to come up with magic with black must-win situations. But definitely the impression that Vidit gave in that last game was so powerful. You have to try and block out how strong your opponent feels, so you can still, visualize yourself winning.
Can you see any comeback potential from the 2 players who just crushed to defeat there? Pranesh, as you mentioned, it was a tough game from move 1. And Mamedyarov, it's kind of the opposite, kind of coming off the back of that last-minute turnaround. How are they going to recover?
Both games were devastating in their own way, but to some extent, every game you lose in chess is kind of devastating, right? So, and players do come back all the time, so they've all got some kind of resources and skills for doing that when they need to.
Yeah, and maybe aided by the fact that it is a very short turnaround before the next game. The players don't have too long. It is a totally fresh position, of course, which we are awaiting the reveal of very shortly. Oh, I mean, you must have been there. I mean, I think we've all been there, David, as you mentioned, just kind of letting things slip. How do you react after a game like that one that Shakhriyar has just experienced?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you if you are any good at making comebacks, if you have any advice for people in the chat, because I think myself, that's probably an area where my game, I guess it's my psychological game, not my X's and O's, but where my game I think was lacking is, I think I held on to the emotion of painful defeats in general, and it would affect me negatively. So,
yeah, I mean, totally understandable. Like, I've actually gone the other way. Like, I used to react very well to setbacks. I think I used to get a bit angry, and that used to inspire me, kind of give me extra focus. The older I get, though, the more I struggle to kind of come back. I just dwell on things a bit more. It feels like maybe because I play a bit less these days, it feels like every defeat is the end of the world. In the meantime, a new position for us to break down.
Yeah, so now we've got the knight side and the bishop side instead of the king side and queen side for this round.
Loose pawns, f2, f7, big targets.
Okay, f2, f7. Do you have any preference on which side to castle when there's bishops on one side and knights on the other?
Oh, good point. I mean, like you said, the knights, they're kind of attention-seeking pieces, so they probably want to enter the action first, so it may be easier to castle on the knight side. Bishops don't need to move to activate themselves, so I would say probably I would want to castle to the right here, to the knight side. How about yourself? Instinctively,
this is a very, very half-baked, not quarter-baked theory, but I have some fear of putting the king on the side of the board that the bishop pair is already aimed at. Right? So, and I haven't, battle tested my Fisher Random ideas against very good players in classical chess. So I don't very often. So I don't know very well how well they hold up, but I will often try to not castle to the knight side here. I feel like my opponent's knights are already there. They're short range pieces. They're already there. So I'm going towards them and I'm going towards their bishops at the same time.
Yeah. This is true. It could be a waiting game, both sides, just kind of commitment issues with their king, just kind of waiting for the other side to kind of show their hand.
Right. It could even be the kind of position where you want to keep your king in the center, because on the opposite side of my theory, I also am aware that the side of the board with the bishops often requires pawn moves for the bishops to get out, aka weaknesses, chinks in the king's protections. Whereas on the knight side, you could play knight f3, knight g3, castle, and there's a bunch of stuff in front of you.
Then, yeah, I guess another dilemma as well as the king is the queen, as you're highlighting there. Like if you put your knights on g3, f3, the kind of obvious places for them, how does the queen get out, stared down by those bishops? And
right,
easy.
Yeah, then there's a bunch of stuff in front of my king and my queen, and what is she ever gonna do?
It's hard to even come up with a first move. Like e4 maybe is the obvious one to me. Like pushing pawns in front of rooks has occurred a lot, but it does ask for symmetry. This is interesting, this start position, I've got to say. One of the more difficult ones to know where to start.
I think I may have found a bad first move. b3, g5.
c3?
And then the rook's already unhappy.
Here we go, though. The games do begin. D4 everywhere.
Right.
Wow. Consensus.
D4, 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 D4. All right.
All right. Okay. Black reacting in different ways.
So that pawn's hanging. And we're getting, different responses from black, including Amin having himself a think about it. He's a bit surprised by D4. G6 is a simple move. Sort of tagging the pawn as played by Pranesh.
Makes a lot of sense.
And, our queen probably wants to come out, so that's kind of like a pretty safe move. He can always follow up with D5 as played by Mamedov and Rapport. He could still, get a Queen's Gambit structure if he wanted to. But he doesn't.
Yeah. He's in a must-win situation, Pranesh, on that dark blue board, so not going for total symmetry. And, interesting. A few of the players now, especially Pranesh is black on that dark blue board, but also Mamedov with white, two players in must-win situations, but they've fianchetted their queens by playing g3, g6. It's very tough to know where the kings are going, I've got to say. Still unclear.
It's a big question, In chess, they sometimes talk about, castle early, or, is castling like a principle of the opening or not? Right? Like, should you castle? Should you castle quickly? Is that a thing? And I think in Fischer Random, we're often looking at, what is a safe area for the king, right? Is there an option to safeguard the king?
And wow, a6, I've got to say, not a move that I would have found necessarily, but very typical, classy Fischer Random chess type of move. The bishop's going to sit on a7, a nice diagonal. It's going to support e5 within the next few moves. I like how Pranesh has handled this opening, actually. He's kept enough imbalance. h3, ugh. That's slow.
I hate that one, but I think he was starting to look at, e3 or e4 and thinking that bishop g4 would come. So he played that sort of passive move. I mean, ideally, the way I would want to play this as white is very aggressive, like e4, queen f1 kind of moves, right? But it's a little tricky to time it. If you go e4, e5, d5, we'll be dropping the pawn on f2.
Yeah.
And if I go queen f1 first, and black plays e5, I don't know. Am I ready to play? Do I just play e3 then and allow bishop g4? Maybe that's reasonable.
It just feels wrong what Vidit's done. h3 is so slow, and queen on h2 isn't necessarily a great piece. It's going to struggle to get Her Majesty there into the game. e5 immediately hitting in the center.
Yeah. And let's have a look at our cameras for a second. I mean, does Pranesh look like he's recovered from the last games? Does he look like he believes? Just looks like he's playing chess.
Looks like he's pretty chilled. He's been here before. Like you said, he won yesterday with black against Amin. He's won a few games with black in the round of 16. Why can't he do it again now?
Yeah, he won that must-win game against Abdusattorov, which I said would inspire him for the rest of his career to know that he could always win a must-win game. So,
yeah. And okay, very interesting. This game, of course, well into the fight now, but Tabatabai only just moved on move
well,
one.
it's got to be a special move.
It is.
Got to be a special move.
On the purple board, it's a pawn sacrifice. C5.
On move one.
On move one. Indeed.
And wasn't it this matchup last round, the first game, where Tabatabai played d4 and Dominguez thought for maybe 3-4 minutes, something similar, and then made a pawn sack with e5?
That is right. Yeah.
These two are taking nothing for granted. Lanier grabs the pawn. Amin develops knight e6 quickly. You have to have at least a follow-up if you think for 3 minutes in a rapid game.
Yeah. And actually, again, danger in that one. If white moves the b pawn, b4 to protect, then black will play g5 or g6 and win the white rook in the corner.
Awful stuff there.
Awful stuff. But okay, wow. It looks like Richard Rapport is going straight for an early checkmate. So maybe we can check out that green board. Is Mamedyarov in
checkmate?
trouble?
Outrageous. Doesn't he know the class of Mamedyarov?
I think he was watching our pre-show earlier, David, and he knew you were crying out for a miniature.
Yeah.
You're desperate for an early knockout.
Right, so he gives up the dark squared bishop for sort of a jump-started tempo in terms of development. Similar to what this blue arrow is suggesting for white, it's saying you can trade this bishop off of b1. You're clearing out your back rank without losing any time. Otherwise, David's suggesting that we're getting close to checkmate with one of these knights coming into f2.
I mean, bishop c2 is one move you definitely don't want to play. Block the king's escape. And
that's as bad as it gets, David.
I just want to ask us.
What's that?
Maybe we can rewind as well, because there was a very cool move just a couple of turns ago from Rapport, knight e5, and he got hit here at Mamedyarov.
Oh, that was his first tempo of development for free.
Mm-hmm.
Woof! Now we're regretting queen g2.
Whoops.
Ay, ay, ay.
Queen takes h3 would have been met by a knight fork on f2.
Yeah. Then he trades and comes in. Look, he's got Vidit's dubious h3/h6 move also played. This game has report.
Yeah, at least he gained time playing it a bit earlier. White had a knight on g5. He kicked that one back. And
okay, so he's lost no time. And Mamedyarov does not trade off the knight on e4, and I suspect he'll pay for that because this position looks rough.
Mm-hmm. Do you get the impression he might be a bit tilted, understandably, after the previous game, Mamedyarov?
He's leaned back pretty far from his game, almost like he doesn't want to take as much responsibility for the moves that are coming.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he lost a little bit of his edge. In that game. But if we let's try and understand. Obviously, he saw knight f2 was possible, and we also see Rapport giving proper respect. He doesn't just plunge into f2, right? So let's think, like, what does he have in mind after knight f2, king c2? Does he think he can undermine those pieces? Maybe trap the knight on f2 or the bishop on h3.
Mm-hmm.
Rapport's being careful. He's going lower on time than Mamedyarov.
Hard to imagine anything too bad happening to those black pieces. They all kind of defend each other. The white queen is actually kind of totally stuck, totally trapped. But he gives the other check.
Mm-hmm.
And
so he's going for a positional sequence, I think, with bishop f5, bishop b1. He's going after the light squares. But white's maybe going to try to capture on f2, not b1 here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably better to have opposite color bishops than good knight versus bad bishop.
Problem is with the king on b3, you can't get back to c2. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one thing you don't see every day. King on b3.
He's planning a4 to make space, huh?
Mm-hmm. This really reminds me of Rapport against Duda.
F6, super obvious. If black takes on e5, white can't recapture because of d4 check. So that's a pawn to the good for black already.
Mm-hmm.
Just countering here. But it will wake up the opposite bishop, right? Like, so then you won't have the activity advantage. Instead, you'll have a pawn.
That's true. Maybe he
Or
just missed it.
doesn't even want that.
Maybe he just missed it. Yeah, looks good for
I
black.
don't think so. I think he's choosing his preference here. He's looking for activity. I think with his queen move, he's looking at moves like b5 and c5 and just real violence, while white's pieces e3, f2, f1, not so engaged with the defense of the oddly placed king yet.
No, there we go. He
Castles himself.
Opposite side castling, almost.
I mean, now he's got just like carte blanche to advance any queenside pawn he wants, sack any queenside pawn he wants. The number of pawns is not going to matter this game. I'm forgetting he's up a game.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking, like, when I see that king, I taste blood already.
Yeah, I just can't see Rapport. I mean, I just can't see him blowing this now, especially because he only needs a draw. Like, he's known as a creative genius, but he's so strong positionally. And I mean, positionally, he's got everything under control. Opposite color bishops kind of provides an element of safety as long as the black king is okay. This looks fantastic for black.
Yeah, I mean, it's not how I would want to play, but he could play fe, rook f1, rook f8, and say, like, how do I ever lose in a two-game match with that approach? But I also think if you go b5 and open up the opponent's king, you also can't lose. Like, if you fail to find mate, you have perpetual or something.
Yeah, opposite color bishops, they do help the attacker, the side with the safer king. So a5, maybe a5 followed by b5, or something on the queen side. Looks very, very good. Very tempting. Shall we let Rapport decide how to pursue the attack, or whether to try to play for equality while we zoom out?
We can see if anyone else is doing something more exciting than him. He did choose to trade on e5, and for a moment the computer eval went to like -1,000,000.
Ooh.
It just yo-yoed. Let's see.
Maybe we just very quickly show that, and then we jump to maybe another game, because I think I might have spotted the knockout again, only because there's an eval bar.
Wow.
Only because there's an eval bar. But
you're fast. You were switching boards and all too. So what was the knockout after fe5, de5,
d4?
Supposedly question mark.
d4 followed by bishop c2.
Theme from before. d4 attacking the bishop. It's no longer check. And then just bishop c2. Ooh, I would have liked to see that. That's a nice one.
Yeah, I think if he didn't only need a draw, Rapport probably would have found this. He would have been looking for it at least. And he's likely to win anyway.
Enough time. He just needed the spider sense to tingle there. He goes b6, bishop f4, c5. He's taking dark squares. He's slowly setting up this d4 pawn break. g4.
Go on. Is it now?
I want to see the blood. Come on, Richard.
I mean,
man.
He doesn't need to rush, right? He could play like b5 anyway and just go for or rook b8, b5. Or actually, I guess the queen's hitting c5, so maybe don't rush yet. But bishop c2 first, set it up. Something must be happening. Probably play a5. I don't know why. Just have a feeling.
Yeah, I'm also tempted by g5. There's a lot of good moves. He has chosen d4 here.
Looks good.
Queen g3. Okay. Preparing to defend b3 with c takes d4 next move, maybe, if bishop c2.
But black can do anything. Rook to d8 at the very minimum. b5 still looks good.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
Bishop g6 to f7. Looks like a nice diagonal to really fully control.
Oh, that is very nice. Okay, again, this one looking like it should be Rich Rapport advancing to the semi-finals. So, Okay, maybe we go check out those other boards as promised a bit earlier, because this game, I mean, Rapport about to win, it looks like, but Dominguez against Tabatabai, snail's pace. It's been, what, 5 moves? In the meantime.
Yeah, going deep into that opening. Which of these games do you want to look around at? There's H4 from Mamedov pushing the knight back.
Yeah.
Interesting. White has space on the red board in the middle of the board. And Black's got space on the flank with H4.
Wow.
Report has just won, by the way. just resignation.
Checkmate was guaranteed next move. Again, we could just quickly show that.
What an abysmal end, actually. I mean,
let's jump in and show that before we continue with the round the horn.
He brought the queen to c4, which makes sense. I guess he's trying to keep Mamedyarov from playing cd4 and open up the third rank for defense because of queen b4. So then Mamedyarov unfortunately played like the worst choice pretty much and moved the rook off of a2. So then bishop d5 is just checkmate instantaneously. Yeah, it feels like Mamedyarov didn't have enough fight in him in this second game.
Yeah, the tilt was real. He was winning the first game, remember, for those of you just joining us. Mamedyarov 1 or 2 accurate moves away from winning against Rapport the first game. It was a last-minute turnaround. And yeah, he couldn't strike back in the second. So from one Azeri player to another, potentially. We see on the red board there, it is Liemle against Ralph Mamedov. Not Mamedyarov, Mamedov this time. So maybe we jump to that game.
Something strange has just happened there, right? With queen e5, and then bishop takes c6, unveiling the rook. Bishop just sort of smashes where it wants to and can't be captured for the moment. Queen steps over to a5, and now the bishop could, take on b7 or go where it wants, but I guess Black is getting ready for either bishop b3 or queen a4 if the bishop moves away, or bishop a2. And that feels kind of like queen h5 check tactics.
And with your queen, then often you just get stuck. Black can also just castle, by the way. Castle queenside and get a rook on d8 in one go, staring down the d file.
Oh, yeah.
Looks very tempting.
Yeah, that could be pretty strong, the simple approach to the position if White gives Black that option. I guess the most relevant thing even is to calculate bishop takes b7, even though and then you take the piece. And against any retreat from the bishop, you add the rook to b2. I mean, we don't even need to look at it, right?
GG. Bishop b3 coming. Yeah, this is over.
So I expect Liam to use a lot of his time here.
Yeah, I mean, good luck finding a move, even if you invest 7 minutes here. It looks scary. Knight c5 into d3 coming. Knight c5, knight b3. Oof.
Okay, here's how I keep the game going for 1 or 2 moves. I trade on d7. It's miserable, but why is that, or bishop e4? My idea was to offload this piece just because of tempo, because it's attacked, and then play knight e3, so I have knight c2 as a defense to the rook in some case. And then I was afraid you would go knight c5 or e5.
Yeah, one of them.
Which you might, right? And I was going to go queen f1 to keep you out of d3. I realize now b3 is good enough that I've lost the game. And you could also castle queenside first. And then do what you will with knight d3 or b3.
And that's the one.
I suppose that doesn't really prolong the game, but it is what's happening.
f3. Okay. So at least if the black knight moves now, there's a queen d4 check. Tempo gainer, potentially.
Yeah. So that says we should really castle first, huh? As black here?
Yeah. If he remembers he can.
Knight going.
Castle which way? You can do both. Castle queenside, surely. Tempo gainer.
Get the rook into the checkmating game faster. Castles queenside, for example. And yeah, I mean, white can't sort the light squares. It's like the report game. The opposite colored bishops just make things even more vicious. But here it's an open position instead of a locked position. It's worse. This game doesn't look like it'll make it to move 20, folks.
Exactly. White's just one tempo away. If the queen were already on f2, you could play knight e3 and castle maybe, but no chance here. Just way
That's
too
all
slow.
we would need to get a game, though, right, David?
Yeah.
I mean, queen f2, knight e3, castles, you'd have a game for sure.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But yeah, for now it's all about the d3 square, the white king.
But the timing goes castles, queen f2, knight c5, knight e3, knight d3, and there will be no castling.
Yeah, game over. Even if you weren't winning material on the spot there, a knight and d3 will stop castling either direction.
Yeah. Mabedov taking his time, 1.5 minutes, and castles. But I mean, he senses that it's near. You know, he's like watching his meal hatch in front of him.
Very good time investment. And Ralph Mamedov with a win would progress to the semi-finals as well. Wow, another qualifier on a streak here. And okay, should we check out the other games, assuming that Black has the advantage? If anything changes, we will update you.
Yeah. But let's make sure I don't miss, a beautiful sacrifice winning a miniature, because that game's exactly what I've been looking for. So we check up on Vidit and Pranesh on the blue board here, all the way on the left. Looks like both kings castled on the same side, so there's a little more of a positional game. And we've got doubled pawns for Vidit, but a bishop pair.
Meanwhile, the purple board, there's a black pawn on d3, and the white king hasn't castled. Again, I'll give you the choice, David, where to go. It looks like both of those are worthy options.
That looks more like original and enticing, what Amin's doing there. Although the Pranesh game, very important as well. Liam has just sort of made a desperation exchange sack on that board, which I don't think will change too much. So let's have a look at Amin and Lanier. Looks like the last moves were d3.
Ooh.
And then bishop to b1. So
yeah, we should mention maybe even one move before that, d4, hitting the white queen in the corner. So he's kind of brute forced his way through here.
Yes, d4, hitting the queen, d3, bishop b1. Each side has some majorly bad pieces here that are not ready for the battle. Bishop b8, rook a8 for Amin.
Queen h8 as
and
well.
For white, of course, symmetrical. Plus the knight on h3, I would say, falls in that category.
Yeah. The queen on h8 for black is the main issue. If the black queen could pick herself up and put herself like h5, a4, d5, anywhere, then big attack for Amin. But right now...
Well, that tells me black should have just taken on e5 here.
Right?
I'm going to solve the bishop, rook, and queen. Boom. I'm a bishop lover, but I'm going to take with the bishop instead of the knight. Fe. Just jam my queen in the middle of the board, sack her for the rook. Okay, I'll take that move back. Let's play knight e5 now.
Knight e5.
Overprotect my pawn.
See, when you break it down like that, it's so logical and looks very strong as well. Eval Bar approves. Like, I was only thinking knight takes first, and again, that's my bias, knights over bishops, or bishops over knights even, but this just looks fantastic. Solves everything.
maybe knight takes is also good because it gets your bishop off the back rank. I was just being very stereotyped with taking my piece off the back rank. But no, the eval bar says when you don't get access to this weak f3 square, this is not as powerful.
Yeah, the bishop doesn't really create anything, create any threats. The knight was jumping to f3, c4 as well.
Yeah. So a nice idea, sometimes you just cut the Gordian knot, right? You've got 3 pieces blocked in by a pawn. Your opponent's got some bad pieces too. Just have confidence. You sack one, they're going to have to sack something to get out of this pawn on d3. But let's see the game. It looks like he has played bishop e5 one move later.
Wow.
David, first he stopped b4, and after knight f2 attacking the d3 pawn, he just said, boom, give me that.
Another qualifier on fire. Amin yesterday coming top of the Swiss section. And this is clever. This is even more clever than what we were suggesting, because now he's kind of lured the white knight to f2. It looks like it wants to be on f2, but the white queen even more trapped behind its own pieces. It's like a smothered mate to the white queen.
You imagine this knight on d7, folks, coming to f3. Like David said, where is this queen going to live? That would be the absolute end. And I think white's not going to take this piece. I think white's going to take the d3 pawn here with the knight, right? Isn't that how you would try to stay in it? White took.
Oof. Scary times.
Can I just back up and ask you, David, like, what do you see after knight takes d3 really briefly? Because to me, that's the logical move. Like, that's white's Gordian knot, right? Is that pawn?
That's also true. Although, I mean, maybe knight takes knight followed by knight c5, but even if black just moves the bishop, the d file is open, like bishop f6, like the d file is open, the white king is still a bit of a target.
Yeah, and that's just enough to be bad. I think accepting the sacrifice is almost suicidal here, personally. Like, that brings the black pieces out. Now, if you ever sack back on d3, you'll be down a full pawn in addition to your other problems. So, I mean, I don't see the hope here for white, actually, myself.
Yeah, unless he's going to kind of counter sack and take on e5 and play knight e3 and just, I mean, the bishop on b1, the rook on a1, they're just not getting in the game, though, are they?
Sack this one and then maybe take on d3?
Oh.
Or you want to play knight e3 and just keep it locked?
Yeah, but maybe you have to take on d3.
Live forever under the shade of this d3 pawn.
Oh. Okay, let's see taking on d3. I was just scared that I'd get mashed on the d file. But...
yeah, white, by the way, has played some pawn move on the king side, g4. Knight d3. I mean, I suppose black would just trade it and put a rook on the d file, right? And then if you play king c2, black can just sack.
Checkmate.
Maybe something like that. But okay, the game, they're playing some quick moves, so we got to see. G4 was played by white, making a flight square for the queen. Black goes knight f3 anyway. The queen hops out, and black recovers an exchange.
So similar to what we were showing, but the d3, the Gordian knot survives for now.
Right. I'm not convinced that rook was so much better than the knight. G4. Okay, I understand it wasn't just a push. It was to untrap the queen, so it makes a lot of sense. For black here, I would have thought bringing a rook to d8. I would overprotect my pawn. Unless there's a knockout with knight c4 and then a sack.
Oh, wow. Sack on b2 and go knight a4.
Right. Like here, and then maybe trade on b2 first, maybe go here first with the idea of, b3, knight c3. I don't know. Those are the two directions I would look in. Be rook d8 and knight c4. In the game, he recovers a bit of material, so we don't know exactly what the material balance is, but it's probably slightly close.
It's, let me do some counting. Is it rook and 2 pawns for 2 pieces?
Yeah.
Bishop e3. Yeah, white just... I don't know if you can count the material, though, while white's bishop and rook sit in the corner like that, and apparently a losing blunder. Knight a4 now, the key for Amin Tabatabai.
That was a theme in their previous game, by the way, which might increase the chances he spots it. Remember last game, they each had bad pawns on b2 and b7 and the knight c4, knight c5 theme?
This is true. Hanging b-pawns. I mean, once you see it, it's obvious. I guess you got to do some calculation, like knight takes d3. Do you take on c3 there, for example? Or do you take on b2? Knight takes d3, knight takes b2 anyway.
Right, because of this queen's contact, potentially, folks, with c3, David's looking at knight takes c3 as well as knight takes b2. White just lets it all hang out here with queen c7, and I think black could play knight b2 here. And if queen b7, you play queen c3. So to me, knight b2 is a very simple move, actually, here, just kind of picking white apart. But presumably you could move the bishop, and it wouldn't really harm black to save his piece.
Yeah, moves like bishop g2 or bishop f3 also come to mind. But taking on b2 is so tempting. He's calculating it for sure to Batabai right now.
Yeah. Well, while he does it, maybe his last calculation of the game, let's check the other boards real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So
And,
no other results yet. Vidit with 2 pieces against a rook himself, but no pawns for Pranesh. No, 1 pawn for Pranesh.
Mm-hmm.
First rank position for the rook and queen. Looks scary to me.
Looks scary. Although if there's no checkmate, then Pranesh doesn't really have too many chances. Mamedov still winning. We left that game a bit earlier. He's the exchange up with an ongoing attack. Liam Lei on the brink of elimination there. Or at least being knocked to the consolation matches. Everyone gets a prize in the top 8. They'll all be in action tomorrow, we should mention. But
and on the purple board, you see knight takes b2 played, the move that we called as a simple move, and we see Lanier accepting the piece sacrifice on b7.
What?
Black takes the c pawn and then retreats the queen after bishop d2, and the computer's apparently horrified by it. Presumably, I was going to say presumably queen e5 was correct, but then there's queen e4.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows why? White makes a flight square for the rook. The threat is just to move this knight and trap the rook.
Mm-hmm.
Now White's got 3 minor pieces against the rook. So it's intense. Minute for Amin, 20 seconds for Lanier.
Suddenly, all 3 results possible. If Amin doesn't find a knockout, then, okay, material is material, right?
Yeah.
Those knights could become very strong later. Bishops could become very strong later.
Yeah, they need a while, but it could happen.
Mm.
So, looking for an angle. Is Amin rook to d6 is the move on my mind, and his.
Played.
So that lets the other rook out, and it introduces the idea of rook e6, sort of tying up white pieces along the e file.
Then he needs to move. He needs to move his knight to g3, apparently. That's difficult with no time on the clock. He's under 10 seconds.
Seconds here, Lanier.
Oh, he's walking into some checks, though.
Yeah. So now the idea from black, I think rook e6, and when white blocks, you can maybe centralize with queen d4 or knight c4. Potentially. Then there's rook d3. Yeah, so it depends how white blocks. He goes for knight c4. That does let the rook into the game on d3.
Bishop c3, though, will shut out the black queen.
I would never see bishop c3 here.
Yeah, I think I would see it and still not play it.
Now, presumably, rook e6
should
be powerful.
Simple knight takes d2 incoming next. Or other than this block, potentially, but now knight d6.
Now knight d6.
Double attack. The white queen is also hanging. He's missed it.
Yeah.
The white queen drops.
Yeah.
Dominguez resigns.
He does not resign. He walks away in disgust.
Wow. And there was a fist pump
to swivel.
Fist pump from Amin Tabatabai, who progresses to the semi-finals. Dominguez will play a consolation match. He will still get a prize, but big win for the Iranian.
We have to keep going because the games are still going, David. It's easy to just get lost in the final moment there. Vidit versus Pranesh, Lei Kwang Liam versus Mamedov. That one looks like a pretty clear exchange down endgame. Maybe there's more life in the Vidit game.
Let's go to that one.
Where Vidit sacked one of his 2 pieces for some pawns. And maybe he's just trying to clinch the series or the match with a perpetual here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a draw is enough for Vidit, who won the first game. It's best of 2. And it looks like the Black King will not be able to evade these checks for very long. Apparently, this is just winning for Vidit, probably because at some point he can enter with his knights and give a check in decisive fashion. But yeah, a draw is the same as a win ultimately. And
yeah,
you can force it now.
My human read on this is his plan was to give a perpetual, and that was even without being locked in on this game as they were playing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a nice bishop sack from Vidit a few moves back to open up the Black King and force this flurry of checks. And this could be the last moments for Pranesh in his quest for Paris. Fairy tale might end.
And the other game has just ended. as predicted, with the win for Rauf Mamedov.
Mm-hmm. Liam Le is eliminated from the race to Paris as well. And okay, Vidit just this is why he's such a strong player, right? He can force a draw, he can progress to the next round effortlessly, but he's still looking for ways. But surely now, there we go. It is a draw, confirmed. Vidit progresses, semi-finalist. And there we have it, David. The last game, no tiebreaks in this round. All 4 of the quarterfinals decided in normal time.
All right, so we've got our menu set for tomorrow. Here is the winners semifinal bracket here, for example. Vidit against Amin. Whoa, both of them looked great today. Well, I guess anyone who hasn't been eliminated yet is probably looking great by definition.
That's right. And in the other semi-final, it is Rauf Mamedov, also looking like he's on fire, having qualified from the Swiss play-ins yesterday against Richard Rapport, who, I've got to say, out of the semi-finalists, I think is maybe the most relieved of all, because he had a rocky time, especially in the first game of those quarterfinals against Mamedov. Ultimately, though, clinching it very nicely in the second encounter. And 4 players. It's one of those 4, David, who will be in Paris next month.
Yeah. And again, noticing 2 of the 3 qualifiers made it through another round. So the qualifiers continue to perform better than even average. Really impressive from them. And we'll see if any of them can make it to the finals the way Fedoseev and Sindarov did 2 months ago. You want to look at the consolation bracket as well, because I guess everybody's going to keep playing for place prizes in this version of the event. So what are these matchups?
Yeah, and there we go. There we see Pranesh and Lenio Dominguez. Disappointment for both in that last game, but they continue their journey. Still some big prize money at stake, of course. They'll face each other. Liam Le against Mamedov. Mamedov might not really want to play too much chess tomorrow, having come off that heartbreaking defeat against Rapport. But at least it's, as it said, consolation. Some consolation. Prize money is always nice as a chess professional, right? And, they'll be facing off.
Yeah. And, if you take a step back, playing chess could be its own reward as well. It's something that perhaps only chess professionals would take for granted. But, if you talk to somebody whose job is in, I don't know, plumbing or something like that, they might say, hey, I wouldn't mind playing chess all day today. So, hopefully Mamedov can enjoy it despite today's game or match with Rapport going bad. Obviously, he lost his taste for it for a moment there, but hopefully he can get it back for tomorrow. Do you have any inkling who might be the winner when all is said and done? Is any of these 4 players, obviously they all did well today, is anybody standing out to you?
Oh, good question. I was hoping to get in there with and hit you with it first, but okay, I'll go. I'll say I just have a feeling Richard Rapport, just partly because he's such a fan favorite, and I think nobody would complain seeing him there. He'd be a real contender if he does make it to Paris, but also that win against Mamedov, sometimes kind of coming through a game like that, the turnaround, the win, the elation, it makes you feel like you're destined on that journey. And how about yourself? I'll say Richard Rapport of the 4.
Okay, so my brain might want to say Vidit, but I'm going to go with Amin. And it's a little bit off the experience of watching the previous play-ins where, it was like these hungry qualifiers, Sindarov and Fedoseev, who made it through. And, Fedoseev had to make it through an incredible semifinal against Jan Nepomniachtchi, right? So, there are players who may have, a higher class in classical, but sometimes someone else comes in and they're just hungry. It's their chance. It feels a little different. They forget they're an underdog. And, I could see that coming from Amin. He's playing really complicated chess, so he's not letting you settle into structures that you're familiar with. He's not giving many technical games. And if he can keep everyone else off balance, I think he's got the calculation just humming for him right now. You know, that last game with Dominguez was just, the pieces are thrown up in the air. They're landing on random squares. Looked like he'd sacked too many pieces and was just losing. But he came through. He had a couple extra seconds. He calculated 1 or 2 extra tactics. And I feel he's got a chance to do that again tomorrow.
And talking of tomorrow, we'll be back same time, same place for the semifinals and the finals in the quest to find the lucky one, the one who will get the golden ticket for the Paris Freestyle Grand Slam next month. These have been the play-ins. I've been David Howell, joined by David Proust today. Thank you to everyone watching, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Bye for now.